Okay, you're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Tuesday, April 5th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. I see we've got a bunch of people in the chat today. Oh, I didn't change the thing, so I don't know if it's going to load. Oh, good. Okay. Let me know if the audio and video is okay. More people in the chat than usual. Jonathan Warner says the audio is good. Jonathan Warner got credit for helping me in the video I just put up called Remedial Detective School for Narrative Mystery Gamers. Jonathan, did you see your little credit? It was shown during the outline. It said, thanks to Detective Jonathan Warner. It seemed like that video, which was fun to make, Jonathan helped me a lot, was that video was fun to make, and it looks like it was received pretty well. People have suggested, so that was a video that I did on tips for playing these kinds of games, and Jonathan and I just collected whatever tips we could think of. It's like an hour and 20 minutes long. And people have suggested it might be useful to people writing these games. I'm not so sure about that, but it did inspire me to start preparing some slides for a second video talking about the options available for writers of these kinds of games. And that one absolutely should be useful to designers, and it will be directed at designers and talk about all the different kinds of things you find in these games and the options available to writers of these games, ways that the endings should be done, can be done, options for endings, options for questions, ways that you can mislead people, etc. So hopefully Jonathan will give me a hand with that. Okay, so let's talk about what we're doing tonight. And then I want to give you a little real-world mystery, possible resolution, and we'll talk about a couple other things. Today we are playing the second case in the Post-Mortem LA series. This one's called Death in La La Land. And here's the box it comes in, so you can see. It's identical to the box of the first game we played, which was Lights, Camera, Murder, except this little sticker. You can see here's the first bit of bad news. The previous case we made, they're both set in 1948, same world. We're working for the same company, detective company. The first case had this gorgeous, large map of LA. It looked very noirish, looked beautiful. This one has a single-sided, cartoonish map of an amusement park. It's fitting for an amusement park, but it's it's a red flag compared to the previous map, which when we looked at, we were like, wow, this is real, this is serious. So we don't know what to expect here. There are very few locations on this map compared to the previous game. We had hundreds of locations on two sides, a downtown and a sort of outskirts of LA. Here we've got a very small map. However, the booklet, we're going to walk through this box in a second, but I just want to point out that the booklet for this game, where all the clues are, is about the same size as the previous one. So although the map sort of suggests this is going to be a shorter, simpler game, which with much less to read, the size of this booklet suggests otherwise. So we're going to look at that in a second. But let's first go over some ground rules here. We're going to do a full playthrough of this game. That means it's full of spoilers. This is a game you can only play once, and then the story and mystery is revealed to you. So if you plan on playing this game, and based on our experience last week, this very well may be a game you'll want to play if you like this genre. It was very high quality, the previous one. You might want to stop watching when we start to play and play it on your own, and then you can come back and watch the video after you play it. That said, after we play it, which could take more than one 7-8 hour session, in which case maybe we'll continue tomorrow. That's up to Jonathan. After we play it, whether that's the end of tonight or tomorrow, we will spend some time reviewing it and talking about it, full of spoilers. After we play all 3 games in this series, or maybe all 4, because they've announced a new case in this series, London Gothic. So after we play all 3 or all 4, I'll record a spoiler-free review. This is an expensive game. It's the most expensive game of its type. They're selling it on the Mysterious Package Company for $69. That's very high compared to the model this is based on, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which you can buy for about $40 for a box of 10 cases. Even if this case is a little longer than a normal Sherlock Holmes case, you can see the difference in price is dramatic. You do get something special for that. You get some sort of props in the game, which we saw last week. And in fact, that might be a good time to mention that if this is the first, if you do want to watch this video, but you haven't watched the first one, you should probably go back and watch Lights, Camera, Murder first before you start watching this one. All right, I'm going to open this box and show you once we get started. Okay, so that's that. We'll open this box. We'll go through it. I bought this used, but it seems like all the parts are here. All right, let's check in with the chat, and then I'm going to tell you about a couple more things. Okay, my mother has stopped in to say hello. Jonathan says it almost looks like you're supposed to look at it 3D because of the red and blue. Yes. Okay, so I want to say a couple other bookkeeping things. In the mail arrived for me this week, finally, Bureau of Investigation, right there. Bureau of Investigation, investigations into Arkham and elsewhere, is the H.P. Lovecraft-inspired brand new box of cases based on the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective series. Gregory Privet who's the author of that box, joined us for a playthrough of the demo case, which we did a couple weeks ago, and we very much enjoyed. I had to order it from England, by the way, to get it here, because I don't know what's going on with Space Cowboys American distribution, but it's nowhere to be seen in America. However, you can get it from England reasonably priced and shipped quite quickly in a week or so. There are 5 cases in that game. I would have done an unboxing, but there are now 2 unboxings or so on YouTube and Board Game Geek of the American version, of the English version, and you can watch those and those go through them. On the Guild forum for the Co-op for Two YouTube channel, we have a thread discussing what games we should play next. If you're interested in this genre and you want to watch more of these, or you just want to request games we play or reviews, you should check out the link to that Guild forum on Board Game Geek. There's a link on the YouTube channel. And I gave my thoughts of unboxing. It's quite interesting. So there are 5 cases. I had some positive things to say and some slight concerns, but mainly positives. The one thing that jumps out at you when you open that box, and we'll do an unboxing when we play, and we may play it as early as next week. It looks like Gregory has made a real attempt to make the 5 cases all feel very different. The first case looks quite short. So I don't know how fast that will go through that first case. But then the second, so it looks maybe shorter than the normal Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective case. Can't quite tell. The second case looks quite long, like longer than the average Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective case. One of the cases is presented completely differently in an envelope with a bunch of documents. One of them has a different map that looks empty, like you're supposed to fill it in as you go, like it's a grid. So they look, one's sort of a mansion murder style map of a house with rooms. So it looks like when you play Bureau of Investigation, you're going to get a little variety tour of all these different ways these cases can be presented. You could watch the demo case playthrough that shows some of the new rules that Gregory has implemented as well. A heads up, we've talked with Gregory, and we've had a discussion about this in the demo playthrough with Gregory on the channel. Gregory has some concerns with playthroughs being posted before people get a chance to play the game on their own. So the way we're going to do those playthroughs is a little unusual. They'll be live and anyone can watch during the night that we stream them, that we play them. And then they'll be taken offline, and Gregory may join us during those playthroughs. Then they'll be taken offline for a month or so until the game has been out. We'll play them all probably in sequence. Then I'll do a review of it that'll go up right away. And then the live playthroughs will be posted in the following months. But I encourage you to, first of all, buy the game if you're going to play along with us, or buy it and don't watch the streams if you plan to play. It's more fun to play these games than to watch someone play them. So I encourage you, if you have any interest in this stuff, buy the game, play it yourself. You can come and watch the videos afterwards. All right. Anything else for us to say before we get started? Anything else in the chat to say? I'm going to tell you about a real life mystery about this game before we play it, though. I think I answered about the question about cases in the Bureau box. 5 cases. It's quite heavy, though. It's quite substantial. All right. Let's look at this box a little bit, at this case. We'll get stuff out, and then we'll have a little talk about a real-world mystery. Okay, so here's going to be a little mystery for you. Here is the book from our first game that we played last week, Lights, Camera, Murder. This is the clue book from Lights, Camera, Murder. Okay, so I showed you, I forget how many pages it has. Okay, here it is. Now, if you'll remember, we did not know what to expect from this series of 3 games, Postmortem LA, but we were super impressed by everything. The production quality, but the writing was amazing. And one of the things that we talked about is how strange it was that there was no author credited. I don't know if strange is not the word. These outside the board game world, in the board game world, it's it's uncommon not to credit the writer, the author of or the designer of the board game, though you do see it occasionally in cooperative organizations like Prospero Hall. Their team design, so they don't credit a designer. And this game didn't have a designer, but it's a little, I feel like it's wrong for this kind of game because this game is basically a novel. And so the writing, the burden of the writer and the skills and personality of the writer and style of the writer really comes through in these games, and they do deserve a credit, but we don't know. Maybe it's written by a team. Okay, so I reached out to the Mysterious Package Company and I said, you know, we were blown away by this game. We were surprised. And is there any way you could put me in contact with the designers, authors, or someone who knows a little bit of the history of the Postmortem LA series? Because it's an exception to what they normally do. They normally do these heavy experience with large, expensive props. They don't make Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective-like games. It is unusual that this is sold by this company. It's a Canadian, Toronto-based company. I eventually heard back from the PR department at Mysterious Package Company who just asked me to tell them again what I was curious about, what I was interested in, but then it hasn't gone anywhere since. I haven't heard back from them in a week or so, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. Okay, I'm setting the stage for this mystery. I hope everyone is on the edge of their seats and paying attention to. Okay, so here's our second box. Okay, and we're gonna look at all this in a second, but I want you to notice something. Here's the booklet for the second box. Now, what do you notice that's different about these 2 booklets? What is different about these 2 booklets? That's right. The booklet for the second name actually has a credit. Mason G. Dubisi. It's not mentioned anywhere else on the box or the game, but we have an author. Now, let's see what happens when we go and search for this author. Let's see what we see. Okay, forget about this ghosted part, because that's giving away. If you search for Martin Dubisi, what you find is a book called Ghosted. And Martin Dubisi is the protagonist of this book called Ghosted. And here's the first line of the novel. This is a book that was written in 2010, it looks like. Martin Dubisi dodged a booze-propelled bullet on the day he was born. It was a feat that would prove more difficult as Mason's life went on. It's a book about a down-and-out writer who's ghostwriting suicide notes or something, themed in mobster. Notice here there's a gangster called Chaz. Now, in one of our clues last week, someone overheard someone talking about Chaz. And notice it's set in Toronto, where this company is. And here is the writer of that book. First-time novelist Shaughnessy Bishop Stall, who delves into Toronto's criminal underground. Shaughnessy Bishop Stall is a professor of writing, I believe in Canada. I'm not sure what university, Toronto University perhaps. And here's an interview with him. So I believe what we're looking at is games written by Shaughnessy Bishop Stall, an accomplished novel writer and professor. And he's decided to ghostwrite these games and leave a couple little clues. So that might explain why the quality of the writing is so good. We've got a professional novelist writing these, and we might even want to go check out his books. So where I said that this map was a bit of a red flag, the fact that now we can't even be sure that the first case was written by Shaughnessy, but the second case is, that makes me think the first one is. The author for the third game is credited Mason Dubussy still. It's a different middle initial for the third game, but it's the same fake name. So I believe that means Shaughnessy probably wrote all three. That's my guess. Robert says, I just checked the website. There's author for the third game, but it's different. But is it different just in the middle initial? Or are you saying it's completely different? Because I believe that it's the same name, but a slightly different middle initial. But you could tell me, I could be wrong. Okay, so that gives us a little more hope for this game. Someone could send an email to Shaughnessy. Robert says it looks longer. All right, well, during the break, I'll get out the third one and we'll take a look. The real question is going to be, is the fourth new game set in London also by Shaughnessy? That I have my real doubts. Are the middle initials a clue? Asked Duke of Zill. I believe they are. My memory is that the third game middle initial is H. So it's like GH for ghosted, ghost written. That's my guess. We'll take a look at it during the break. All right, let's take a look at the other stuff in this box, and we'll then maybe we'll take a little break and get started. Okay, so we've got our clue book, which we remember how that works. Everything we read is in this book, unlike Sherlock Holmes 8.5 by 11 sheets. This is all in a tiny book. We've got a little introductory thing, which we'll read when we get started. We've got the rules, which are going to be exactly the same as our previous rules, which just tell us we decide where to go. When we're ready to answer the final questions, only then do we get out the final answer sheet, which is in here somewhere, and then read the questions, which we won't read now, and then we'll break the seal and answer it. There's a checklist, which tells us everything we're supposed to find in the package. One fewer evidence bag than the previous game, but otherwise similar. You've already seen the map. We've got a newspaper here, still set in 1948, double-sided. We will read this when we start tomorrow, start actually playing the case. That's the time to go to sleep because it's painful to read all the details of this, but we will do it anyway. We've got the notepad that the game provides. It also provides a little pencil. This time here at the top of this notepad are our list of informants that in the previous game were in the directory. I have scanned this from the previous game to print out so we don't have to use this. I will note that this is the brief summary of what the informants are here. In the original game, we had a little more description of what they were. This is a little clearer to read. This is this nice little booklet where you can write the lead number and further leads, etc. But we won't be writing in this. We're going to keep this material untouched. Here's the directory. Again, quite a bit smaller than the previous game, which was itself much smaller than Sherlock Holmes. It's interesting here, it looks like a yellow pages where we've got lots of little ads we might want to check out. And then here's organized by category. And actually no white pages in this game. So one of the things that's going to be fascinating to look at is, with so few entries here, no white pages, and a smaller map with less entries, what is in this book? What is filling this book if we don't look up people by name? Is it going to be more choose your own adventure? Is it going to be, we don't know, but there's less locations. Okay, here's my biggest red flag. This is the kind of thing you see in the hunter-killer boxes or this mysterious company type of stuff. This is the kind of thing you would normally see in these games. A prop that makes you feel like you're in this world, but just feels to me when I see them like that's where my money went. So this is not going to be important, surely. If it is, it'll be in a very minor way. It's just a high production prop from this world that we're in that maybe if you were a super fan of this kind of thing, you'd put this on your wall. I don't know, but it's of no value to us. Okay, also in the box now are our prop evidence bags that the game will direct us when to open. And then there's a little pencil. Our eyes never sleep. This is the motto of the PI organization that we work for. And here's our Los Angeles detective. So maybe we're official detectives now. I don't know. Okay, so we'll open these when we're instructed. We'll just put it off to the side for now. We'll put our list of informants here, our book, our directory, our newspaper, which we're going to unfortunately have to read. We will put these all aside. Again, I read the complete rules in the first case playthrough, so we're not going to reread it now. Everything here we already know how to play. It's standard Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective type stuff. We'll start by reading this introduction to the case before we play. But maybe we'll take a little break first before we get started playing. All right, so anything else to talk about before we take a quick break and then start playing? Duke of Zill says, the casebook is longer than the first case. I wouldn't say it's longer. It looks almost identical. I believe the third case looks a little longer. The first case we played, Lights, Camera, Murder, looked more serious. This looks not quite as serious, and the third case also looks not quite as serious. Now, here we're fans. I'm fan, at least, of the serious stuff. But we can't tell. I can't tell if this is going to be a serious case masquerading as a sort of cartoonish facade, or if it's going to be sort of cartoonish tongue-in-cheek game. We will want to spend a little bit of time looking at this map because you can see we've got the map locations. We might want to familiarize ourselves with the park. It looks like we've got a scene of the crime here. Then we've got some other stuff here. Opening hours, admission cost, location, Beverly Boulevard. Don't know. I assume this is a fake park, but it could be real. And then this is a little map legend to tell us where all these places are. Rocket to Mars, Globe of Death. So we'll do all those when we see it. anything else to talk about before we get started? Someone might consider emailing Shaughnessy and giving him a link to our videos and seeing what he says if he wants to come clean and admit to being the author of this very well-written games, at least the first one. I am very curious what we'll think of this one compared to the first one. There's a little bit of trepidation because the first one just fired on all cylinders for me, and I think for all of us that played it. And right from the start, it felt very satisfying and was in the sweet spot for us in terms of setting and mood. And I don't know if this one will be the same. All right, if there's nothing more from the chat, what we'll do is we'll take a very quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and jump right into reading the introduction and then the newspaper, which will take us 45 minutes probably to read. But, okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break here. You can refresh your coffee and tea, and then we'll get started. This is the time to switch away if you think you might play this game on your own. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are about to begin properly our playthrough of Postmortem LA Death in La La Land. I see there's a little joke in the chat talking about what's going to be in the evidence bags, and Robert says maybe one of the bags will have a bigger and better map. Okay, let's get started here. So here's our introductory letter setting up the case for us. It says, Dear Agent, thank you for your assistance on this case. Enclosed, you will find everything you need to begin. You are expected to conduct your own investigation in an independent fashion, examining evidence and interviewing witnesses. Upon conclusion, you will be required to fill out a final report, Form 15A. I would like to remind you that during this stage of your employment, you are still working in the capacity of a probationary, cautionary, auxiliary investigator, providing third-party review of law enforcement casework. As such, you are not yet permitted to carry a sidearm. You have, however, been granted full security clearance, including access to crime scene evidence and witnesses. As you may know, both your letter of recruitment and your GDA badge are required to access our Los Angeles auxiliary offices. Your desk has already been assigned. Coffee remains 2 cents. Please remember that as an investigator with the Global Detective Agency, it is more important that you do a thorough job than a quick one. That matches the way we play. Seek out as many leads as necessary to file a complete investigation report. Do what you must and keep in mind our eyes never sleep. And it's signed by Ella Crane, who was our supervisor for the last case. She's still got her job. All right. Let's put this in the pile of things we don't need. Okay, here we go. It's the work. Time to put in the work of reading the... Well, I suppose since our case is just beginning, we should not read the newspaper yet. We'll read it right away as soon as we finish reading the introduction. It wouldn't be proper to read the newspaper before the introduction. So the game rules tell us to find our introduction in this book. Copyright 2019. This is very recent. I remain just one thing and one thing only, and that is a clown. It places me on a far higher plane than any politician. Quote from Charlie Chaplin. All right, here's our introduction. Stepping through the gates of La La Land, you tip back your hat and steady yourself. A fantasia of sights, sounds, and smells rises before you. Ferris wheel, funhouse, flashing lights, clanging bells, people shouting, sirens, and right in the center, looming above it all, an oil rig meant to look like a giant grinning clown. You can practically smell the oil that lies beneath, some buried lake of unlucky dinosaurs. You can definitely smell the popcorn and something more metallic, visceral. You follow the heavy scent and the hullabaloo to where a crowd is gathered. Then you push through, and there it is, the remains of Pirate Poppy's popcorn stand. Built like the hull of a schooner, it appears to have been torpedoed by the flying body of a man, his legs sticking out portside. The ground is strewn with broken glass, splintered wood, and bloody popcorn. Almost, but not quite as surprising, is the makeup of the crowd. You would have received the call long after the lapdogs of the LAPD, so where are all the coppers, the coroner? You mutter holy hell, pull out your GDA badge, and shout for the onlookers to disperse. They do so, slowly, but for a woman standing right next to you, still staring at this grisly shipwreck. Ma'am, you say? She blinks, shakes her head. Have you ever seen anything like this? No, not precisely this, ma'am. Maybe you should stop looking. She looks at you instead. Something about her is familiar yet distant, as if from a billboard or screen or a long-ago dream. You realize you are staring. Unlike all these lookaloos, she says, waving her hand at the retreating crowd, it's my job to be here. She looks back at the bloody mess. But this is something else. And what would that be? Excuse me? Your job, what do you do? Oh, she turns back to you and extends her hand. I'm sorry. Darlene O'Keefe, Carnival Director. You shake her hand and show her your badge. It seems we'll be working together, she says. Let me know what I can do. You can start by telling me where he came from, our fallen angel here. She grimaces. Rocket to Mars. Come again? Touching your elbow, she takes a step back and to the side, then points past Benny's bumper cards, past the globe of death to a giant roller coaster. Rocket to Mars, she says again. Jumpin' Jiminy. Actually, she looks back at the dead man in the popcorn. I think it's Bradley Rideout. The guy who's running for mayor? Looks like he stopped running, says a voice behind you. You turn to face a meaty man in a burgundy fedora eating an overstuffed footlong. Jack Lugo, he says, his mouth half full, the hand he's offered smeared with something red. Oh, that's just ketchup. He wipes his hand on his pants and grabs hold of yours. Homicide. Excuse me? Jack Lugo. This is your crime scene? Oh, I shouldn't think so. He takes another bite of the hot dog. Just because we get here first and tape it off and do forensics and shoot the photos and sketch the sketches and interview the witnesses, why should that make it ours? Or mine, as you suggest. According to the DA, it's yours. Even if it's even a crime scene at all. Either way, you might want to secure it. He nods his head behind you at a plump woman holding a poodle, a tall man in a pale blue Dodgers jersey, a group of young toughs, rubberneckers coming back in for a closer look. You shout at them again, then point a finger at Lugo, but you don't know where to start. Of all the fallout from the grim Sunday scandal, the assignment of felony oversight to the Global Detective Agency is by far the most tricky, even without the mayoral candidates falling from the sky. But it's still on the coppers to keep the peace and to serve and protect, which of course Lugo knows, despite whatever point he's trying to make. You turn back to Miss O'Keefe instead. What is going on here? Why is this park still open? And this whole area should be taped off. It was, she says, looking at Lugo, until just before you got here. A dozen or so flatfoots have materialized now, milling among the civilians, most of them with hot dogs. Lugo takes another bite and shrugs. For Christ's sake, detective, you say, will you please put your men back on perimeter and get that crime scene tape back up, at least from here to the coaster? Lugo salutes sarcastically, then pulls something out of his coat. It's an envelope marked confidential case files. I guess you'll want this. He hands it over and walks away. You turn back to the carnival director. So, in your opinion, a fairground mishap or foul play? Got me, she says. Neither is good. You nod in agreement, standing back to gauge the trajectory. It's a hell of a long way to fly without wings. Any other injuries? Only Pirate Poppy, she says. She's still at the medical station, being treated for butter burns and shock. I'll bring you over if you want to talk to her. We can get you a map of the park, too. You nod again, both of you staring at the nautical, corporal mess. Then, turning to the envelope, you pull out your switchblade and cut it open. It says, it's time to open the LAPD confidential case files, and the carnival director is right. You should get your hands on a map. Okay, we stop there. All right, so... it's time to open the LAPD confidential case files. And there's our map. Well, that's a little odd. The confidential case files are what these packages are labeled. So that puts us in a bit of a quandary here. He gives us an envelope marked confidential case files. It's time to open the LAPD confidential case files. Do we think in the previous game, Jonathan says, I think it might just be envelope A. In the previous game, it told us right at the start, open A. So I'm guessing that Jonathan is right, but it is confusing here. We're told explicitly don't open these envelopes until these packages until we're told to. So should this be saying A, or is it saying open them all now? Probably just A. But that is strange. Are they all labeled that? Just they're A, B, C, D, and E. I'm guessing it wants us to open A and only A. But if we don't see something telling us to open B, C, D later, then maybe we should have. But it's okay. In this game, you can't... nothing can go wrong. The worst that would happen is we run out of clues and then open them. Duke of Zil says, are they all labeled that are just evidence A, but the black confidential on the... that's, I believe it's on... Oh, let's see. Maybe you're right. Okay, that's it. Oh, no, they're all... Yes, you're right. Okay, Duke of Zil is right. The other bags all say confidential evidence bag, confidential evidence bag, confidential evidence bag. Okay, so they're all confidential evidence bags except for this one, which is confidential case files. Okay, good. So that solves it. This is why it helps to have multiple eyes on this and people in the chat. I appreciate that. Okay, so it told us to open the confidential case files, which is this is the only one. It's A. Not sure why I didn't say A, but that's fine. So now we're going to open A, and we're going to see what we've got here. Okay, don't want to miss anything. All right. So we've got some confidential case files. We're going to, if you watched our video on Remedial Detective School, you'll know to have paper clips. So we're going to paper clip these together. And in fact, we learned last time that as we took stuff out of the evidence bags, it would behoove us to write down what evidence bag it came out of. This one is fairly obvious. There's only one big enough for these, but I'll just write this down. All right, well, let's take a look at this. City of Los Angeles, California, incident report statement. Looks pretty official. Office of the Chief of Police. Reference number, West Bureau, telephone, Michigan 5211. City of Los Angeles Police Department. Case number 57-1948. Date May 8th, 1948. 10:59 a.m. Report made by Clement Turney. At 10:23 a.m., I was dispatched to 8500 Beverly Boulevard, also known as La La Land, in reference to an incident involving a visitor to La La Land and a popcorn stand. Arrived at 10:29, met and was escorted to the scene by Carnival director Darlene O'Keefe. I observed the victim, male, protruding from Pirate Poppy's popcorn stand. He appeared to have collided with the stand with some force, as he was firmly lodged in the left side of the ship-shaped structure. Left shoe missing. Substantial damage to popcorn stand. I ascertained that the victim was deceased, secured the scene, and interviewed 3 witnesses. Witness reports that the victim came at high speed and, as noted, with some force from the direction of the roller coaster Rocket to Mars. This roller coaster ride is situated approximately 150 yards east of place of death popcorn stand. Reports gathered from witnesses to the event, Jimmy Lynch and Nicole Applegath. Other injuries, popcorn attendant Pirate Poppy has butter burns. Approved and forwarded to the GDA. Okay, and then we've got a very professional police sketch. They've got a serious artist working police sketches today. It's a little unusual, but okay, he gets slammed into the popcorn stand. There's his missing shoe we were told about. We don't know where that is. Blood all over the place. I don't know this police sketch artist belongs in a better job if he can draw so well. All right, let's look at what else we've got here. So we've got now 2 witness statements. Let's read these. May 8th, 10:51, 40-year-old female, Nicole Applegrath, and we've got her address here, 2749 West 36th Street. I was waiting by Pirate Poppy's popcorn stand for those brats to return from whatever hijinks they were getting up to. I'm employed by a local family to chaperone their children. Dreadful, dreadful, spoilt children. I'd lost them within my first few minutes in this park. When I heard the explosion and the screams, my first thought was, what have Lionel and Helene done now? I was scanning the grounds for their fiendish faces when I heard a shriek come from above, and a man hurtled into the popcorn stand, showering me with popcorn and shards of what I believe had been constructed to resemble a pirate ship. I checked that the unfortunate creature now sticking out of that shoddy pirate ship wasn't either of the impudent creatures I'm employed to accompany, brushed dust and popcorn from my person, and waited here for an officer of the law to arrive. As I stood there, I noted a clown running in this direction, away from that ludicrous new roller coaster, Rocket to Mars. I also noted that he neglected to don his red clown nose. With such a lack of attention to detail, no wonder events like this explosion occur in La La Land. And it was forwarded to our agency. Okay, so she sees a clown running from Rocket to Mars, roller coaster to the pirate stand. Maybe this is a good time to take a look at our map here. So here's the scene of our death, Pirate Poppies. And here's Rocket to Mars. So I'm not sure what would have thrown him, what loop would have thrown him. But, okay, and then she says she sees a clown coming from this direction towards them without his red nose on. All right. Here's our next statement. This one actually came before that woman's statement. 30-year-old male, Jimmy Lynch. He lives at 138 North Ridgewood Place. Here's his testimony. We had just arrived at La La Land, and I was waiting in line at Pirate Poppy's popcorn stand with my wife Annie, my son little Jimmy, and my daughter Elise. Elise looked up at me and said, "Daddy, this place is heaven." Then there was a loud crack, and a great cloud of smoke rose from over there. People started running in all directions. Little Jimmy shouted, "Look, look, it's an angel." And sure enough, we looked up, and there he was, flying overhead, arms outstretched, coming straight towards us. We thought the day had come. The Lord had sent one of his angels down to watch over us. My wife, she started rejoicing right then and there. Really? Then the angel crashed headfirst into the popcorn stand, leaving only his legs sticking out, and they didn't look like angel legs. Other than that, we didn't see anything unusual. Well, other than that clown running like the devil was after him straight towards the roller coaster. This says the clown is running towards the roller coaster. What does she say? I noted a clown running in this direction away from the roller coaster. So that's interesting. If we look at these two things, we interview him first. He says the angel crashed and she sees the clown running like the devil's after him towards the roller coaster. I guess it doesn't matter when we took their statement. The point is they both say they saw the crash. She's waiting. And then she says, I noticed the clown running in this direction away from the roller coaster. So that's interesting. One says they see them going towards the roller coaster, and one says they see them coming away from the roller coaster. But the time of the interview doesn't tell us anything about whether, so we could consider these could be witness inconsistencies, or it could have been that the clown was running away and then towards it, or towards it and then away from it. Or, as Duke of Zill suggests in the channel, comments it could actually be 2 different clowns. Duke of Zil says Applegath heard an explosion, then screams. Let's see. Applegath, the woman, Nicole, she heard an explosion, then screams, then a shriek, then she looks up. Lynch, however, heard a crack, then saw smoke, and then the man in the air. Okay, let's see. She hears explosion, screams. She worries it's one of the kids, one of the horrible kids she's looking after. Then she hears a shriek, a man hurled into the pop can. So first explosion, then screams, then a shriek from above, then a crash into the popcorn stands. Jimmy Lynch says, a loud crack and a great cloud of smoke from over there. We're not told where over there is. That sounds realistic, like a statement. The guy didn't mark where he was pointing to. People started running in all directions, and then they see the angel crash into it. So something happened everyone saw and heard before he started flying. So presumably we'll get some more evidence about that. All right. Where's our paperclip? So that sets the scene. And then from our introduction, we know it's a mayoral candidate that's actually dead. That's pretty serious. But we don't know how the other details. All right, it's time to do the hard work of reading the newspaper aloud. And it's going to take some time. It's small print, it's double-sided, and most of it is irrelevant. But here we go. We've got to do it. You are free to take a walk and get something to eat while this happens. I'll summarize the important stuff later. Okay, what have we got here? It's the Los Angeles Standard, American paper for the American people, the great newspaper of the great Southwest. Temperatures in Los Angeles, 72, 5 cents. This is May 6th. So this is 2 days before our incident. This is the newspaper 2 days before. I'm not sure why it's not the day of, but here we go. Reds may risk fight, report to House warns. This looks like it's an international thing, so we'll read this quickly because it's probably not relevant for us. Armed Forces Group says air power isn't substitute for draft. Washington, a warning that the Soviet Union may now be willing to risk a showdown with the United States, was sounded today by the House Armed Services Committee in urging passage of its 2-year draft bill. I guess we should say for a second, let's take a breath for a second. When we play these games, we're playing it for the story and the atmosphere of traveling back in time to a different time in a different place. And so when you read the Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective newspapers, you're reading it for clues, but you're also reading to get a flavor of the time. I don't believe any of us in the channel were around, walking around in 1948. Or at least we're aware or have good memories of it if we were. So part of what we're reading these stories, even if they're not relevant to our mystery, is to get a little bit of the flavor of the real events happening in 48. And these newspaper stories they may be actual stories from 1948 or they're made up, but they're talking about things that were going on. All right, let's go back and continue. They're talking about passing a draft bill in 1948. The committee also reminded its colleagues that the 70-group Air Force, already voted by both houses, is not a substitute for selective service. The committee Monday approved the bill to draft men from 19 through 25 for 2 years by a vote of 28 to 5, but did not complete its formal report in support of its action until today. Does anyone remember what the date of our last case was? I know they're all set in 1948, but I don't remember when that case was. Okay. The 5-man minority remained unconvinced. Led by Representative Short, Republican of Missouri, they filed separate views, called Program for War. This is a program for war, the minority declared. We do not believe that a sound and adequate defense system requires the police state methods of compulsion. For those outside the United States, the draft is a program that requires all young men to register with the military so that if there's a war, they will be called up. And so you are still currently required in the United States to register for the draft when you turn 18 or so. And in fact, so this is 1948, I guess, was when the draft was created. And in fact, the draft was used in the Vietnam War. I don't remember if it was used in the Korean War, which is a decade before the Vietnam War. But in the Vietnam War, people were called up to serve based on random lottery of draft birth dates, I believe is how it worked, and people would protest the war by burning their draft cards, etc. Okay. This is a program for war. Although neither branch of Congress has passed a military manpower bill, the indications are that the fate of this legislation will be known in another week. The final agreement may provide for a temporary draft starting at the age of 19, but with universal training for 18-year-olds put off until next year. The Armed Services Committee has been working for a week on a bill which seeks to salvage part of the UMT by calling up 161,000 18-year-olds a year for reserve training, along with the 2-year drafting of the older group. Up to today, however, little progress has been made on this compromise. Call for MacArthur urged. Meanwhile, Congress was urged last night to call General MacArthur home to give the country the benefit of his knowledge of the factors which have given rise to the need for stronger defenses. The suggestion was contained in a letter sent to Republican leaders in Congress by General Jonathan M. Wainwright, hero of Bataan, who said General MacArthur should be brought home because the enemies of the United States seek civil war and revolution. General Wainwright added, he, General MacArthur, knows only too well that the present enemies of the United States and our world desire first to accomplish their objective of the destruction of our constitutional democracy by means of revolution and civil war. Their last resort only would be real war from the land, sea, and air. There is no officer in the United States Armed Forces whose experience in any degree equals that of General MacArthur. Why does the Congress of the United States not order General MacArthur back to testify before it and give the country the benefit of his vast knowledge and these dominant, all-consuming necessities of today? General Wainwright's letter was made public by the National Veterans Committee for MacArthur for President. He heads the committee. The former Bataan commander said he had received no reply to a cable he sent yesterday urging General MacArthur to come home from Tokyo to inspire renewed hope and unity. Minority sees tragic error. He said that the new plan calls for a gradual expansion of military aircraft production until 1952, when it will level off at 5,200 aircraft each year. He said expansion at 2,911 modern aircraft, such as jet fighters and long-range bombers for 1949, 4,096 for 1950, 4,500 for 1951, and 5,200 by 1952. Bridges said the Air Force program alone during the next fiscal year will cost $5 billion compared with $3 billion originally asked in President Truman's budget. 1948. So World War II has been over for a little bit, and they're talking about building up military. Remembering 11th year anniversary of the Hindenburg disaster. This was a famous real disaster where the blimp, or whatever it was called, caught fire, powered by helium, filled with helium, caught fire and killed people. National Maritime Union begins strike vote. San Pedro. Members of the National Maritime Union, CIO, began voting May Day on a 30-day national referendum for a strike policy in line with other CIO maritime unions. Voting booths and ballot boxes were prepared in all ports as members began casting their ballots on the following referendum. According to Article 27, Section 4 of the new Constitution, the National Negotiating Committee be empowered to call a strike on or after June 15th to maintain the union hiring hall, secure a satisfactory contract with improved wages, hours, working, and living conditions. Are you in favor of decisions taken by membership meetings and the National Council? The strike referendum was based on a resolution passed unanimously at a New York membership meeting and approved by all ports. The San Pedro branch of the National Maritime Union has elected a strike preparations committee, which has already held several meetings and selected subcommittees. The committee has set up a food bin in the NMU hall in San Pedro and reports that donations to the bin are already coming in from local merchants and members of the union. Large banners calling for maritime unity for June 15th to save the hiring hall, defeat the Taft-Hartley bill, and stating other demands we placed in the NMU hall on Palos Verdes St. Street last week. Okay, is the Sunshine Gang stepping in? Downtown, senior officers in the Los Angeles Police Department have voiced fears that other notorious crime families may be stepping into the void left by the dismantling of organized crime in this city. All law-abiding inhabitants have been celebrating Grim Sunday's successful decimation of Los Angeles' illicit underworld. However, after the welcome citywide respite from significant crimes in the weeks after Grim Sunday, a worrying increase in nefarious activity has been recently noted. Our source at the LAPD headquarters believes that the Jewish mob, specifically the Sunshine Gang, may be linked to the recent spate of criminal occurrences, including the body found in the trunk of a gunmetal gray Chrysler Town & Country sedan abandoned on Sunset Boulevard in the early hours of Sunday morning, the shootout outside the bank on Vine on late Tuesday evening, and the kidnap and ransom of several prized poodles from a kennel in the Hollywood Hills on Wednesday afternoon. I believe the Sunshine Gang is a real gang. Can someone check on that? This is talking about the Jewish Mafia. Is that Benny Siegel? Can someone look that up? The Sunshine Gang, 1948, Los Angeles, Jewish Mafia. Is that Benny Siegel's gang? Significant numbers of suspects have been brought in over the past few days for questioning over recent events. Whether it's to do with there being a body somewhere there ain't supposed to be a body, or a bank robbery, or a pooch pinching, 3 names just keep cropping up. Ziggy Shallows, Johnny Whopper, and Fingers Friedman, said a spokesman for LAPD. There seems to be some nasty new perpetrators playing to win this town. We're not sure who they're associated with, but they may have links to the Sunshine Gang. As members of the law enforcement continue to question informants and attempt to determine who these individuals are and what precisely they're up to, all information points to Shallows, Whopper, and Friedman being behind the Sunshine Gang. Little is known about this sinister operation, but concerned citizens of the city fear that they will very soon be forced to find out. So there's mention here of this big operation which cleaned up the city and arrested a bunch of gangsters. This is Grim Sunday. I don't know if that's a real event that happened, but other mobsters are stepping in. All right, here we go. So far, nothing here jumps out at us as being relevant to our case. Okay, John says not seeing anything about the Sunshine Gang. Okay, I might be wrong about that. Wallace to deliver address in Spanish. Henry A. Wallace will speak in Spanish on a special all-Spanish program arranged for the Mexican communities in and around Los Angeles for Sunday, May 16th at 2 p.m. in the Lincoln Park Stadium. The Spanish language address at the admission-free Sunday afternoon rally will be one of the major Wallace speeches here on May 16th. The other, a countrywide mass meeting at the Gilmore Stadium, is scheduled for the same evening at 8 o'clock. The afternoon event at Lincoln Park Stadium, adjoining Magnolia Park, is sponsored by the Amigos de Wallace, a new national organization of Mexican-American and other Spanish-speaking groups. The night mass meeting is under the auspices of the Independent Progressive Party of California and the Progressive Citizens of America. Wallace's afternoon speech will be in the Spanish language at his own request. It follows the policies announced by the new party's presidential candidate. of making the new party stand for peace known to all American cultural and minority groups in their own language. Wallace, Senator Glenn Taylor, and all other new party candidates are also well known for their categorical refusal to appear before segregated audiences, and for their insistence on the equal right of all persons to attend their meetings. Both the afternoon and evening events will be part of the I Am an American Day celebrations and will be dedicated to the American traditions of free speech, free assembly, and historic opposition to militarism and war. Talent sought for WYCA Follies. Permissions granted by guilds involved to allow Mike Stewart, radio and legitimate producer-director, to donate his services to the YWCA as director of the Woodlawn Branch Follies. Cleared the way for the donation of other professional talents to add the June 5th production at Jefferson High School. Other professional talent now includes choreography and dance direction by Sarita Camargo, who with her primitive modern dance group just completed a featured role in RKO's Mr. Joseph Young of Africa. Choral direction of Lone Miss Benny Carter. Arrangements by Mark Young and Mary Flannery. A pianist coaching by Erna Tresville, acting by comedian Mary Bryant, and the singing of the Sensations Quintet. These are probably all real people and real performers. A donation of talent is also being sought from Josh White or Earl Robinson for a particularly important part in the adaptation of Mr. Stewart's fantasy, A 50-50 Deal, usage of which, with several of its hit musical numbers, has also been donated by Mr. Stewart. Okay, then we've got an article that's definitely relevant to our case. It says, Rocket to Mars finally blasts off. Let's make a little mark here. Hollywood. From cartoon to coasters, is there anything Salt Wiley can't do? The stakes are high for Hollywood's most ambitious animator, as Rocket to Mars, La La Land's long-anticipated roller coaster, is finally due to lift off this coming weekend. Wiley, famed creator of whimsical cartoons, expanded his operations earlier this year when he took ownership of iconic theme park La La Land, and he has been busy bringing in changes ever since. Wiley's revamp of the park will see this legendary locale transform from its sometimes chaotic carnival atmosphere into the brightest, shiniest show in town. Family-friendly fun will top the bill at La La Land. That's all thanks to Mr. Wiley, said Darlene O'Keefe, the carnival director. We met her. When asked about those who call Wiley a visionary, Miss O'Keefe responded, he certainly sees things differently. Absolutely nothing gets in his way once he declares to do something. There is simply no stopping him. Rocket to Mars will be Mr. Wiley's first roller coaster, with an ability to reach speeds of over 50 miles per hour. Keep in mind, if you plan to go on Rocket to Mars this Saturday, go early. Lines are sure to be long for this ride of a lifetime. Duke of Zill says, Ben Bugsley Siegel was a mobster, but he died in L.A. in 1947. I see, okay. All right. Now, just as a curiosity, this is talent sought for WYCA. I'm familiar with the YMCA. Is it men's versus women's? I think it's Young Men's Club of America is YMCA, and YWCA will be Young Women's Club of America. And Duke of Zill is pointing out that Salt Wiley is a Walt Disney, is a little play off of Walt Disney, Salt Wiley. Okay, here's another article about the WYCA. WYCA group to give carnival. A spring carnival embracing various colorful attractions will be given by the Watts WYCA Young Adult Committee at the Youth Center 10123 Beach Street, beginning at 6 p.m. Saturday, May 15th. The purpose of the carnival is to raise funds to send delegates to YWCA Summer Conference at Asilomar in June. Among the feature attractions will be the old-fashioned country store of Shamburg, Alonzo, and Yarber Inc. with its baskets of eggs, coal oil lamps, and candles. The fortune teller and square dancing. There will be no admission fee. The members of the Young Adult Committees giving this carnival are Madams Samuel Patterson, Chairman Yarber, Blanche, Alonzo, Bessie Brown, Rosella Randolph, Peggy Grandy, Mary Lamb, Lillian Green, and Lillian Boyd. Okay, so we got a bunch of young women running the WYCA group. Okay, here's Mayor Schauenhoek has a challenger. This is going to be our mayoral candidate. Were we actually told his name? I can't remember. We probably were. We'll look it up or we'll be told it in a second here. If the mobsters mentioned on Sunshine are made up, we might want to note their names. Yeah. Let's remember to do that when we come back. By the way, here's a little bit of trivia. I was talking about reading glasses. Speaking of my mother who dropped by this stream earlier. We'll try to, this is probably a good idea, like we'll try to break up the newspaper with some discussions to just sort of give ourselves a breath here. So I need reading glasses, and my mother was saying, hey, you know, in your stream, sometimes I can see you like struggling, peering over with your head in the frame like this. When you're reading with the reading glasses, and you know, so let's talk about reading glasses for a second, a little bit of a break here. So you can go buy reading glasses at any normal store, and they come in different strengths, like 1.25 up to 2.5 or 3. And so my mother was telling me that you can get prescription reading glasses, and reading glasses that you just buy, sometimes they have machines that help you figure out what magnification you need. And what's interesting, though, is if you think about it, how the glasses work, reading glasses are meant to help you focus and put things in focus at a specific distance. So when you use the machine at the store, which you can use to figure out what magnification you need, that's assuming a reading distance, like holding a book up in front of you. And then, so if you go to get prescription reading glasses, you could say to the doctor, hey, look, I don't read at a foot distance. I read at 2 foot distance, or I'm reading pill bottles. I'm going to hold them right up to my face. And so you could get the prescription customized for a certain distance. And then I think I read that basically, if you're reading at different distances, you might try lower magnification glasses that might put things into focus at a greater distance. But then it turns out if you search for reading glasses and computer glasses, it seems like they make a separate thing called computer glasses, which is what these are here. Do these have a magnification? Not really. Anyway, the computer glasses seem to be designed for 2 different things. They're like reading glasses, but it seems like they're made maybe for a greater distance. And they also block some blue light, which we don't care about. But anyway, so the point was to get glasses where I could focus on the text at a farther distance away, so I don't have to be sticking my head over 5 inches away from the text. It seems to be working. The real reluctance I have to wearing the reading glasses is after I use them, it's sort of like, if you wear the reading glasses, you can read the text better, but then when you take them off, everything's worse. And so it's like I'm a little reluctant to, once I engage them, it's hard to unengage them. It's like your eyes get used to them and that it won't focus without them. But okay, so this is okay. All right, back to our newspaper. Jonathan says, if the mobsters mentioned in the Sunshine Gang are made up, we might want to write down their names. And he says, I also think this mayoral race might have been mentioned briefly in the paper in the last case. It's possible. All right, let's go back and read this article. Mayor Schallenhach has a challenger. The City of Angels' favorite politician, Mayor Arthur Schallenhach, seems to have come through the grim Sunday corruption scandal remarkably unscathed, despite half a dozen of his city's councilors facing charges of corruption, money laundering, and tax evasion, not to mention the contentious transfer of police investigative duties to the Global Detective Agency. That's us. He told the crowd, I've been your mayor through thick and thin, good and bad. I look forward to another term and to leading Los Angeles into the future. However, just when it looks like he has weathered those storms, Mayor Schallenhach has another force of nature with which to contend, in the form of Bradley Rideout. Yeah, that's our victim here, the dead guy. Bradley Rideout, local businessman, mayoral contender, and, as of Friday night's dramatic-faced mayoral debate, a significant challenger to the city's status quo. It was back in April that Rideout made the surprise announcement that he was stepping into the race for City Hall. He proclaimed a message of standing for the common man rather than the movie stars and Hollywood names that represents Schallenhach's base. After Rideout's success at this first rung of the climb to the top job in town, it looks like he may well be speaking for many, many more common men and common women very soon. Rideout clearly took Schallenhach and his supporters by surprise with his stellar performance at the culmination of this first debate held at the Los Angeles Rotary Club. Rideout's representative, campaign manager Elizabeth Shear, was exultant at her candidate's success. Meanwhile, her opposite number, Schallenhach's campaign manager, Geoffrey Facer, hustled his visibly startled candidate out of the Rotary Club, telling reporters, these are still early days. Mayor Schallenhach has been running this race a lot longer than Mr. Rideout. He knows how to stay the course. Many Angelenos will now be keenly interested to see how the next showdown between Schallenhach and Rideout plays out. That's scheduled for this coming Saturday, when the two opponents are slated to attend the opening of La La Land's new roller coaster, Rocket to Mars. Okay, so they were slated both to attend when this happened, presumably. All right. Museum to display rare diamond. A rare mineralogical specimen of a diamond in the rough, partially enclosed in the original rock matrix in which it was found, has been acquired by the Los Angeles County Museum in Exposition Park, according to James H. Breasted Jr., the director. The specimen, according to D. Renee Engel, is rather unique in that it shows well-developed octahedral crystal faces with triangular depressions and is enclosed by its original igneous rock matrix of kimberlite, an olivine porphyry, from the famous diamond locality of Kimberley, South Africa, where the stone was found a number of years ago. You know, I keep meaning to do this view. I forgot all about that. The diamond, in its natural setting, will be on view to the public in the permanent mineralogical exhibit in the rotunda on the main floor of the east wing of the museum. New home building shows gains. Home building construction figures for the first quarter of 1948, made public this week by Federal Housing Administration Commissioner Franklin D. Richards. They include: new dwelling construction starts under FHA inspection were 60,000 in 1948 compared with 26,000 in 1947, a gain of 128%. Dwelling units completed under FHA inspection, 51,000 units in 1948 compared with 12,000 in 1947, a gain of 336%. Applications covering new construction for the first 3 months of 1948, 178,000, compared with 77,000 in 1947, a gain of 132%. FHA applications covering existing structures, 43,000, as compared with 36,000 in 1947, a gain of 21%. Okay, housing is up. If you were playing this at home, you would just skim through this very quickly. You would not be reading on this all aloud, but that's what we do here. Former flying ace with 92nd Division on second overseas tour. Roth, Germany. First Sergeant Hugh S. Wilson, son of Mr. and Mrs. C. Wilson of Los Angeles, has been named Top Kisk of the 15th Air Ammunition Squadron, Roth Air Ammunition Depot, it was announced. First Sergeant Wilson, a former combat soldier with the 92nd Division in Italy during World War II, is currently serving his second overseas tour, arriving in the European Command in April 1946. Prior to entering the service in February 1942, First Sergeant Wilson was graduated from Belmont High School and attended Los Angeles City College. Later, he was employed by the U.S. Post Office Department in Los Angeles. Okay. That's the front. Jonathan says, I think this mayoral race might have been mentioned briefly in the paper in the last case. All right, let's do this. Let's go to our next page. We'll finish reading the newspaper, and then we'll take another break. Okay. So now we've got mostly ads, actually, so this will go kind of quickly. But we've got Edie, it's Edie because we know it's a woman. This is Edie Olan. This is the Hollywood celebrity gossip columnist that's one of our informants. We spoke to her last week. We can speak to her again this week. Edie Wan says, Frank Sinatra in town. Frank Sinatra is due to arrive in town tomorrow as production begins on a new MGM picture titled Take Me Out to the Ball Game, with none other than Gene Kelly, the glorious Esther Williams, and Betty Garrett co-starring. Now there's a dream team if ever there was one. Ginger Rogers dropped out weeks before production was due to start, and Judy Garland had problems that prevented her joining the cast. My, aren't we glad that Esther was on hand to jump in? As if that wasn't enough, Frank has also just wrapped up another picture out on the town with Gene and Betty. Ann Miller co-stars, and the multi-talented Mr. Kelly also directs. Clara Rose Memorial. Clara Rose was in our last case. So if you didn't watch our first playthrough of Lights, Camera, Murder, you might want to look away till we finish this section. Clara Rose Memorial. I'm so glad that I'll be able to attend the charity dinner being planned in memory of our own dear Clara Rose next week. Everything that is raised is being donated to the cause she loves so much, the children at the Jefferson Park Orphanage. We're all still very shaken by what happened to that sweet girl. I'm sure a veritable galaxy of Hollywood's brightest stars will be in attendance on the night. Okay, so we're back. William Hale causing a kerfuffle. Actually, William Hale was in our previous case too, so still look away. However, it might be best if one old friend of Miss Rose were not in attendance. News about a certain William Hale has trickled my way this last week. Rumors of sightings of Clara's former co-star abound. One day I heard tell that Mr. Hale may have been seen feeling rather wobbly by all reports, as if he was fished out of a fountain just north of Sunset Boulevard. Last Friday at lunch at the Sidewalk Cafe, an account reached me that one-time star of Leopard People has been escorted out of the Chalfont Hotel in a leopard print bathrobe. And there are even whispers that Miss Hale has finally had enough of such behavior and cast her leading man out. Now, if that's true, I hope Mr. Hale finds himself in a better place soon. Rita Hayworth and her many suitors. Word is arriving from my friends on the French Riviera that Rita Hayworth, divorced from Orson Welles last year, has no less than 3 wealthy admirers currently in pursuit. Which one will she pick? The prince, the Shah, or the shipping magnate? What a tough choice to make. Red River Flowing. My dear friend Montgomery Clift was telling me about the production capers while he was wrapping up Red River in Arizona with the sweet Joanne Drew and John Wayne. The picture will be released this August. These are all real movies and actors and actresses, in case you don't know. Fundraiser for the mayoral race. Okay, this looks like it's relevant to us. And closer to home, businessman about town and mayoral challenger Bradley Rideout is throwing a fundraising ball in support of his political ambitions. This grand event is to be held this very Saturday night at the Loof Hippodrome. I will do my very best to put in an appearance. Okay, that was Edie Wam's gossip column. Then we've got an advertisement here for Sal's Diner. Sal's Diner is always open except when closed. 1493 Fairfax Avenue. Don't let a good day go by without a good sandwich. Try our Reuben. Okay, Jewish sandwich, maybe Jewish mafia involved. Excellento hair pomade. Used by lovely popular women for over 40 years for the perfect hairdo regardless of age, you'll find that Excellento hair pomade is the perfect dressing. Use it to soften and glorify your own hair. Excellento imports a lustrous sheen your friends will rave about. For really lovely hair, rely on Excellento hair pomade. Other Excellento beauty aids include glycerine and pressing oil. Don't know what pressing oil is. X odor, a dainty deodorant, and bleach cream for brighter skin. And Excellento comes in the original yellow can for 25 cents at all drugstores. New telespell. Look at this. Now your telephone can spell. See those letters, numbers on the dial for home and business? Get your telespell number today. Telespell. I wonder if that was a real thing. I'm guessing it's just the same way you would do it now. You'd find a word that spells out your phone number based on matching the letters to each thing. But what does it mean, get your telespell number today? Does that mean you'd have to, you'd contact them and they'd try to find the word for you that matches? I don't know. Leather goods for gifts. For Mother's Day, Lady Buxton billfolds and colorful keytainers. Manicure sets of fine surgical steel and leather case, address books, writing portfolios, and of course pen and pencil sets by Parker, Schaefer, and Eversharp. 2 out of 3 falls. Don't know what that means. Stationers Corporation, 25 South Spring Street. Here's an advertisement for another Clara Rose movie. 2 Clara Rose movies. Shotgun Funeral and Love Me Sadly. It's a double feature, a double picture feature. Revisit the legacy of the indomitable Clara Rose. The movies that took Hollywood by storm. All week from 5 to 10 o'clock. Playing at Grauman's Hollywood Egyptian Theater. And then there's a Lucha Libre Pro Wrestling ad. This looks to be a mention of the next game, which is called Lucha Libre. So I don't know if that means they planned out the next game ahead of time or this was just an ad that inspired them to write the next movie. But looks like it's just wrestling. Place Friday, June 11th, next month. Look, a real roller coaster in your backyard, $12.95. Some metal pieces, easy to assemble, 24 pounds, cost you $12.95. Shoot the shoot thrills. Imagine how children will delight in taking free rides hour after hour. If you built that now, if you sold it, you'd be sued very quickly from injured children. The Los Angeles Standard endorses Bradley Rideout for mayor. Volunteer and help with the campaign. Campaign office location. Get in touch today. That's Elizabeth Shear, the campaign manager, 912. I wonder if that's a number we can look up in our book. Most of these things we wouldn't be able to look up. But that looks like it might be. Okay, let's continue reading here. Jonathan says, let's remember to look up the mob names. Yes, okay. Attorney Robert R. Hernandez praises Supreme Court decision. Attorney Robert R. Hernandez, candidate for Superior Court judge in upcoming elections, today hailed the Supreme Court decision forbidding enforcement of restrictive covenants. Another undemocratic and un-American practice making for second-class citizenship has been swept away by the highest tribunal in the land, the young Mexican-American attorney declared. The Supreme Court, without one dissenting vote, has restored dignity to decent fellow Americans by ruling that the practice of restrictive covenants will no longer be enforced by the courts, he stated. This historic decision, which forbids official sanctioning of segregation on the basis of race or creed, is a great step in implementing true democracy in our country. Robert R. Hernandez was born in Texas 32 years ago, but his family came to Southern California in his first year, and he's resided here ever since. While attending Central High School, where he was active in athletics, drama, and debating, he won the 1931 Southern California Oratorical Contest for high schools. He worked his way through school at USC, where he studied law as a graduate student. Employed as a ticket taker on the yellow cars, he joined the railroad union and became interested in the entire trade union movement. Graduated in 1935, Hernandez was admitted to the bar the same year and started a successful law practice for himself. Public offices he has held include City Councilman for District 13, where he was also chairman of the local Citizen Support Commission and a member of the Library Board and Planning Commission. He also had been on the advisory board of the Mexican American Movement, Community Service Organization, and the Community Health Organization. A veteran of World War II, he is a member of the AMVETS and the American Legion, and has been active in such fraternal organizations as the Masons, Elks, and Eagles. American Legion, you still see American Legion clubhouses in my neighborhood. There's one, at least. I'm not sure. AMVETS is probably American Veterans, but I'm not sure how that differs and what that is. Okay, here's our last newspaper article. It's interesting to note this story they're talking about, Supreme Court striking down these restrictive covenants. This was a big part of U.S. history, is neighborhoods and housing organizations would write into their covenants that Mexicans or blacks could not live in that neighborhood or live in that town. So this sounds like this was a historical decision. I don't know the name of this court case, this Supreme Court case that struck down the such covenants. But that was sort of important landmark in American history. Okay, plans for county fair announced. Officials of Los Angeles County at Pomona have selected 100 Years of Progress as the theme for the return of the Big Exposition following its wartime service as an important military installation. Cooperating with the State Centennial Commission, the affair will be presented as Southern California's major fall contribution to the Centennial Year commemorations. Through the preceding months, Marshall's historic discovery of gold at Calusa has been reenacted in theme and pageant. At the fair, the epic story of the agricultural, industrial, and cultural achievement which followed will be portrayed in a gigantic panorama of some 40,000 exhibits and displays. Again, the fair will run 17 days, open September 17th and continuing through October 3rd. The Centennial theme will predominate throughout the 20 major divisions. It will be used in an elaborate decorative scheme over the 350-acre exposition park. A program of special events will be punctuated with reminders of Spanish California days. Many organizations throughout the Southland will participate. In the huge Palace of Agriculture, the magnificent feature displays will tell a dramatic story of the transformation which has turned a semi-arid region into a garden spot of the world. A notable public school exhibit will be presented under the title of The Expanding Role of Education. Here, the present-day accomplishments of 750,000 students in 860 schools will be contrasted with the simple advantages of the past. Boys and girls in a novel junior fair will carry on the same idea. Responding to hundreds of inquiries, President Manager Jack Afforbaugh also announces that premium books containing detailed information and directions for premium books containing detailed information, a little typo there, and directions for prospective exhibitors will go into the mail within the next few days. Copies can be had by addressing Los Angeles County Fair in Pomona. Okay, so we've now read the newspaper. Jonathan was reminding us to keep track of these very, what would you say, like not prominent, but there's a word for when something is sticking out, glaringly, obviously relevant to our case. It's not, prominent's not the word I'm thinking of. But we're going to write down some names here. So Sunshine Gang stepping in was kind of notable how clear it made those names of the three local gangsters. So let's see. Ziggy Shallows. I'm using these white cards because I was told that the colored ones are hard to read. So Johnny Whopper. And this we're calling the Sunshine Gang people. Okay. And the last one was Fingers Friedman. Are we given their full names separately somehow? Jewish Mob, the Sunshine Gang. It tells us a couple of their crimes. A gunmetal gray Chrysler Town and Country sedan. We might want to write that down, or unless it says, found abandoned. All right, they already found that. They kidnapped some poodles. Ziggy Shallows, Johnny Whoppers, and Fingers Friedman. Shallows, Whopper, and Friedman being behind the Sunshine Gang. All right, I thought they gave us their names differently. Sunshine Gang. Okay, so we've got mention of our three Sunshine Gang members. Okay, let's make a card for Mayor. After we do this, write down some cards for names. We'll take a break. So we've got Mayor Schallenhawk. He's got a motive to have his competitor killed. And he's what's his first name? Arthur. Okay, and then the competitor was Rideout, Bradley Rideout. He's the challenger for mayor. Okay. Then we've got a couple of conspicuous, maybe conspicuous would be a bit good. Yes, conspicuous would be the right word. That's exactly right. They're conspicuously described and emphasized as if to say, hint, hint, these guys are important for your case. Okay, so we've also got, continuing our idea of writing down names that could be important. Salt Wiley, he's the animator and owner of La La Land. This is a little meta thing. Like sometimes when we play an easy case, we won't bother writing down any names until we've got good reason to, or until we know that the case is hard enough that we have to keep notes. But from our experience playing the previous game, we had enough fun and it was a deep enough mystery that we're sort of going all in right from the start and assuming that we may want cards from these people. All right, so he was our Walt Disney World person. And then we've got Darlene O'Keefe, who we met in our introduction. Darlene O'Keefe is the park manager. I think that's how she was described to us. All right. What other names did we hit? Another mention of Bradley Rideout. I suppose if we're going to keep track of unresolved, I'm going to make a card here for unresolved. So some of these unresolved, some of these locations and places maybe in our directory give us things to look up. But I did want to note that we think this book tends to go up to the 900s if it's like last case. So it was a little odd here that this is this 912. Did seem conspicuous, as we say. So check paper number 912. But this is actually a person here that was being referred to, Elizabeth Shear. Let's write her down. Campaign manager for she's the campaign manager for Rideout. Were we told the campaign manager for the current mayor? I have a memory that we were. Let's look at this article again. So we know that Rideout shook Shallenhawk. Elizabeth Shear, who's Rideout's manager, yes. Shallenhawk's campaign manager, Joffrey Facer. So let's make a card for him. Although I'll note we don't have a white pages, so we can't visit these people at their house. So he's Shallenhawk mayor, campaign manager. Any other names that we've come across that we should write down? We've got a bunch of YWCA, but that doesn't seem relevant. Sunshine Gang. We don't know how they would tie in. Did anyone look up Telespell? TELE-spell. Now your telephone can spell. There are other things in this paper we might want to check out, like Sal's Diner. It's sort of conspicuous to me that they're selling this Jewish Reuben sandwich. Since we do our little history stuff, I don't happen to know what a Reuben is. I'm not a big sandwich person. I know it's a well-known Jewish sandwich, but I don't know what a Reuben is. It's maybe ham. We could look up what a Reuben sandwich is and what Telespell is. We could do that during the break, and we'll come back and talk about it. When we come back, that's it. It took us an hour and 13 minutes to do the newspaper. That's par for the course. That's just the price you pay for doing this way. Jonathan Warner says, a Reuben is corned beef, sauerkraut, and Thousand Island dressing. Yeah, that sounds about right. Corned beef. That makes much more sense. Corned beef and sauerkraut. I don't know why. I also don't know what corned beef is. It's like a spiced loaf, maybe. Okay, let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and start doing our first clues 2 hours in. Again, par for the course. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Call for Two. We are playing Postmortem LA Case 2, which is Death in La La Land. We've just finished the hard work of reading the newspaper aloud, and we can begin playing the game properly. So let's just put the newspaper off to the side here. Jonathan is telling us a little bit more about Reuben's sandwich. Apparently there are Reuben egg rolls served that can be served as appetizers. I have never heard of such a thing. But I will, here's a little piece of trivia, totally unrelated to all this. Don't look this up on the internet, but here's a question for you. Who is Reuben Kincaid? Reuben Kincaid. Who knows the answer to that? If you're watching this later, you can just answer at home. Reuben Kincaid. And here's our included little thing in the game. Dozo, Bozo. So remember, there was a clown seen running away, so maybe we're going to run into this clown at some point. Who is Reuben Kincaid? Did he own a paper? Says Jonathan. No. Game Brigade is here and gets the right answer. Partridge Family. So one of the classic, amazing TV sitcoms of the 70s or so, The Partridge Family. Reuben Kincaid is the manager of The Partridge Family. If you don't know, if you've never seen The Partridge Family is a sitcom, and David Cassidy was the sort of heartthrob star of this show. And David Cassidy was a famous performer, a musical performer, a rock star of his time. You can buy albums of his, and you can buy albums of the Partridge Family. The Partridge Family was a musical family in the show, and they recorded real songs, and Susan Day was the knockout, gorgeous sister in the show. And what's the actress who played the mother? Shirley something. The real breakout star of the show, however, is Danny Partridge, who was played by a famous kid actor who did the traditional thing of getting on drugs and stuff. What's his name? I had it and I just forgot it. Who played Danny Partridge? Anyway, Danny Partridge is so cool because he's the classic. He's sort of a little bit what Michael J. Fox's role in Family Ties. He was sort of the precocious, advanced financial genius kid, but he's really, it's that classical role. Danny Bonaducci. Okay, so that's your Partridge Family trivia. And it's nice to see Game Brigade. Game Brigade has his own channel, a YouTube channel, quite a popular one. And I just watched his video about Origin's game table, saying needs some work, which is a nice breath of fresh air compared to all of the advertisement videos that are out there for that kickstarted gaming table. All right, so here we are. We've got some names of people. We've got the Sunshine Gang people. We've got managers. We've got a picture of our map that's drifted a bit. We already pointed out there was the scene of the death. There's the rocket to Mars. I think maybe what we should do is, before we get too far, is make a little timeline sheet here, because there's day of the week stuff that's sort of relevant. So in our paper, we're told, so the paper is May 6th. Okay. And our death occurs 5, 6. 5/8 at around 10:20 a.m. He's dispatched at 10:23. So sometime around 10:20 is the death on May 8th. Now we're told that they were going to meet. Is it that they were both supposed to be at this club? It told us on May 6th is a Thursday. Right, so Friday, Saturday. The 8th is a Saturday. This is the only thing I wanted to mark out. 8th is a Saturday, and we're told that they were both scheduled to be there on the 8th. I forget exactly where, when, what article told us that. Yeah, if you plan to go to Rocket to Mars this Saturday, go early. So it's being opened on the Saturday. This is the day of the opening of this roller coaster. So this is the first time it's been running, this brand new roller coaster, and both the mayor and Rideout, both Chow and Hawk and Rideout were scheduled to be at the park on Saturday. Okay. Let's acquaint ourselves a little bit. So, and it happened in the morning. All right. Let's just take a look at this and see if anything else jumps out at us that we have to think about. We're told where parking is across the street. We're told the location of the place. Where would a clown be? Where would would there be a place the clowns would live? Clown Town. Okay, so it's already got a mark. So here's Clown Town. In fact, maybe this is a good use of our cubes here. So we've got Clown Town is a place of interest to us. There's the pirate. Maybe we'll put stickers on them as we go. And there's the Mars place. Okay. And I've got my stickers when we need them. All right. In fact, these are going to get jostled around, so we probably won't keep them for long. Let's take a look at the directory to familiarize ourselves with what kinds of things might be available based on what we've read in the newspaper before we forget. Okay, so if we look at this, we can see that these can all be visited. Here's Clue 849 for the distillery, infant wardrobe, mortuary, 249, chair factory, dependable furniture. We would look up Clue 488, fire, brick, and clay. We have no reason why we would go to any of these places yet, so we're gonna follow the general approach of not going to a place that we don't know why we would go to. Insurance, someone has insurance on someone. Pharmacy, there's Sal's Diner. LABA members always get a discount. We don't know what LABA is, whether real or not. Los Angeles something association, bar association for lawyers, don't know. Wiley Wonder. Okay, well, Wiley is our Salt Wiley. He's our Disney World guy. He's the guy who owns Lala Land, so we might want to go visit him. There's an alarm company, jeweler, news and cigars, oil and land ownership. Remember, we're told in the introduction that right at where the pirate stand is an oil rig. We're going to want to look at that and reread that again. Okay, let's see this. Los Angeles Business Association. While presenting this first publication to our astute members, of which we now boast over 60, we beg... Oh, Los Angeles Business Association, LABA. That's what LABA is. Los Angeles Business Association. This book is printed for the sole purpose of promoting and introducing Los Angeles Business Association members to one another. Therefore, if you do not find it as complete as your local telephone company directory, do not condemn it as incorrect. While it is impossible to get every detail under the heading of businesses, we have striven to make this directory as helpful as possible. We do sincerely hope this little volume will be of use to you, the professional businessman of Los Angeles, California. Yours respectfully, Paul E. Kaplansky. Board of Directors, so we can visit Kaplansky's shoe shine. Jeweler Otto Friedrich. Otto Friedrich, we met in case 1. So it seems like you should be playing these in order. Hollywood producer. Otto Friedrich was a very cool character in the first case who ran the movie theater, who owned the Orpheum movies. Walter Stossel, president of the National Life of Vermont. J.L. Roger, president of London Pipe Shops. Match Picard against the Field. California distributor Earl Anthony. Match Packard against the Field. Don't know what that is supposed to mean. Baggage service. Vote Schallenhach in upcoming municipal election. The Los Angeles Business Association endorses Arthur Schallenhach in his reelection. So this organization that put out this wants the mayor to be reelected. He's ready to field your questions and concerns. Volunteer, visit downtown campaign office and meet Jeffrey Facer. That's the guy, the campaign manager at 21. All right, and then look at this. There are little ads on the side here, also with numbers. Sal's is always open except when closed. That's their little motto. So 117 again. This is, let's see what we've got here. For approved hospital, California Hospital, Sterling Motors, Sutton Reedman and Company. They've got a whole bunch of different addresses. I don't remember what they are. Direct mail advertising, the Reuben Donnelly Corporation. Where did we just meet Reuben? What? Where did we meet Reuben? Do we have a card for Reuben? No, what was the Reuben that we encountered? I can't remember now. I asked the whole question about Reuben Kincaid, and now I forget where we met Reuben. Baker, Mixed Concrete, LA Paving, Valves and Engineering, Pipe Fittings, Asphalt Paving, Studebaker, Dodge, Plymouth, Packard, Sand, Gravel. There's a lot of paving and gravel, traditionally mob-run businesses, and lumber. Okay. Someone's going to remind me the Reuben sandwich. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Let's just take a quick look at the kinds of directory entries there are. It wouldn't be surprised if all of these places had ads. So it's like, it seems like we've met most of these places. Detective service, petroleum, alcohol and beer, alterations, auto cars, barbers, clothing, community organizers, contractors, dentists, energy and power, furniture, grocery, hardware supplies, insurance, legal, lodging, machinery, medical, newspapers, printing and copy services, miscellaneous services, and tobacconist. Okay, so that's our directory. Not much there. We can visit any of these places in the park. We have no real reason to visit them other than the pirate place doesn't have a number, the scene of the crime, but the roller coaster does. Let's take another look at our intro, see if there's anything we missed here. So we got called in. So I guess we might want to actually make a card for, so Darlene O'Keefe is the carnival director, but then there's also this cop here who's like, it's kind of my case, but it's your case. Jack Lugo. He's the cop first on scene. if you'll remember, the whole premise of this is that we're PIs. Our organization was called in to take over because of all this scandal in the police department. So we're sort of independent investigators meant to make sure that the cops don't mess it up. All right. Well, and let's not forget our informants, but based on our play last week, we decided informants should be the very last thing you go to, because they sort of gave stuff away that we didn't want given away. So we're not going to be going to informants until we really run out of stuff to do. All right. Any thoughts on where you'd like to go first? Are we sure the popcorn stand is not 847? Well, you're right. Popcorn stand is 847. Well, maybe we go there then. Okay, let's use our little marks here. We're going to go to 847. So let's go. We're there already. Yeah, you're right. That is the popcorn stand. Okay, 847. Here we go. Scattered over a grisly distance between the globe of death and Benny's bumper cards, you find a dark brown leather shoe, a light brown toupee, 42 cents, and a matchbook from Sal's Diner. You open the matches and find someone's written inside 6 words: smoked meat, salami omelet, and Roy Rogers. Well, Roy Rogers is a drink. And these are other things at Sal's Diner. Okay. So let's keep track. I don't know if we need to do this as we go, but we're going to keep track of the clues we visit. And I think we should probably make a card for this. 847. Actually, previously we were using a notebook for these keeping track. So let's write down 847. This is Poppy's. Okay, so we got a mention of Sal's Diner. We've got a dark brown leather shoe. Remember, we were told the body is missing a shoe. That looks like his shoe. White, brown toupee. We don't know if he's missing a toupee. 42 cents. Sal's Diner matchbook. And then we've got a 6-word list. Smoked meat, salami omelet, and Roy Rogers. You know, if you were playing this, if I was playing this myself, you'd have to decide, is it worth writing all this stuff down or just keep track of it? It's hard to say, but only based on us having a good time last week am I going through all the trouble to take such notes from the beginning. But you could see if we played it for a while, you might fade off and stop doing that. Oh, Jonathan points out we should visit Poppy at the medical tent that she was sent to. Good point. Should we ask around in the park first, around the crime scene, and try to find the clown? It's a good idea to go around the park. I mean, this is a great point. It's fun to play these games sort of thematically, and you know, you could imagine, put yourself in the position, you've just got there, there's a dead body. You would want to canvass early for witnesses before they drift off and disappear. So the idea of asking around that area to see if we can find any witnesses might be smart. Even though we know mechanically in this game, it doesn't matter if we wait 6 hours to go to a place or go right now, they'll still be there. But still, thematically, it makes sense. So I like Anna Maria's comment about asking around, try to find the clown, get witnesses. And I like Jonathan's idea. We're told she was brought to the tent. Where were we told? Was it the introduction? I remember that we were told. I'm just trying to remember. I had, oh yeah, any other injuries, only Pirate Poppy. She's still at the medical station being treated for butter burns and shock. Okay, so I like the idea of going to her. Okay, let's remove these after we've been there. All right, let's go. Where is the medical station? Let's put a thing there. Where do you see? That's going to be listed here somewhere. Medical station, 831. Oh, I need my, that's what, glasses. Medical station. Oh, okay, so the medical station is right next door. So I guess we should go there. Let's go there right now. Okay, so we're going to the medical station, which is right next door at 831. Let's see how Poppy's doing at the medical station. Let's see if this works. Arr, she growls as the on-site nurse fiddles with a bandage covering her left eye. She's got her eye patch now. Just be thankful for the patch over your other one, says the nurse. That's hot butter, sure gets in there. Thankful, she says. Thankful? Avast, ye mangy dog. Lubner falls out of the clear blue sky, straight onto me very vessel, and ye dare me to be thankful. Pirate Poppy, you say, somewhat redundantly. Who goes there? She shouts, both eyes covered, lashing with her sword into darkness. I'm here from the Global Detective Agency, you say, taking a big step backwards. I'd like you to tell me what happened. Didn't ye just hear? Clear blue sky, lubber landed on me popcorn, butter in me eye. Right, that must have been quite a shock. Blew the ghost right out of me, I tell ya. I guess it would. Is there anything else you can tell me? She shakes her head. The same old shanty. You're sailing the seas, popping your corn, then the sky falls, the world explodes, and you're sunk. Davy Jones' locker. Me, I'm just lucky to be alive. The nurse clears her throat, which is why you should be thankful. Scubber, ye wench. The nurse rolls her eyes. You thank them both and take your leave. Okay, so nothing really there, although she says, same old shanty, you're sailing the seas, popping your corn, then the sky falls, the world explodes, and you're sunk. Okay, doesn't seem like anything useful there, just a fun little scene, talking to the Pirate Poppy, who's definitely fully bought into her identity, even when her second eye gets patched. All right, let's continue searching for witnesses. Let's try this carousel right next door, 218. $31, let me mark this. All right, 218. There's no entry for 218. Okay. Nothing there. All right, how about at the snack shop, 211? Okay, no entry at 211, but we should still mark a little thing there, showing that we've been there. No one's there. Interesting. A tiny map with only a few places, and already we're getting empty places. All right. Well, those are the places right next door, except the cars, 510. Let's try 510. No entry for 510. Interesting. All right. Well, I guess if we think it came from here, those are all the places nearby. I think it's time to go to the roller coaster. 834. This is surely going to be some stuff there. Yep. Okay, here we go. 834 roller coaster. All right, here we go. It is not a real rocket to Mars, says Smithway. It is a roller coaster. Modern, yes, but a roller coaster nonetheless. It is supposed to stay on the roller coaster tracks. No part of it is to leave the tracks for any reason at all. From the platform where Smithway, the ticket taker, takes the tickets, you can see what happens if part of the rocket does, for some reason, leave the tracks. A smoldering cacophony of twisted steel, as if M.C. Escher dropped a bomb on a train station. The ride is not supposed to end like that, Smithway says, without a single note of irony. At first you thought he might be slow, even a simpleton, but as he continues to talk and you take notes, you can see he is simply methodical, careful, and possibly still in shock. I take the tickets, I tear them in two, I put each half in this box. He gestures to a glass case full of torn blue tickets. That's my job. It is also my job to seat people and buckle them, unbuckle them, and unseat them. I do that on every rocket to Mars. Okay, you say, thank you. Now, could you tell me what happened this morning? The accident? Precisely. Well, precisely. At 10:14 a.m., a gentleman handed me a golden ticket. I did not tear it. I put it where the golden tickets go. This released a rocket balloon and some confetti. I seated the gentleman in the commander's seat, as per golden ticket instruct. Hold it right there, you say, interrupting. What's all this about a golden ticket? I'm sorry? The golden ticket, what's that about? About? I take the golden ticket. I put it where the golden tickets go. This releases a rocket. Okay, I get that, I think. But how does one get a golden ticket? He appears to ponder this. That I don't know. All right, well, what is supposed to happen? Smithway takes a breath, furrows his brow as if he is looking at a list only he can see. Balloon rocket, confetti, commander's seat, ride, prize. You stop your note-taking. He was supposed to get a prize at the end. Smithway nods, his face darkening. And now you're both staring at the wreckage through the tracks and pillars. Some prize. How is it that no one else was hurt? Weren't there others on the ride? There were, says Smithway. It was a full rocket. But the commander's seat is at the back. It is higher than the others. It was the only compartment that left the tracks. But wasn't it attached to the rest? It was, says Smithway, and then it was not. It left the tracks at 10:19 a.m. He looks truly baffled and deeply troubled. I don't know how this happened. What about the buckle? You said you buckled them in. If so, how did he fly so far? Well, not in the commander's seat. In the commander's seat, there is a seat bar instead. Smithway has begun to shake his head, and it doesn't seem he'll be stopping anytime soon. I put the bar down. I put the bar down every time. Okay, you say, let's get back to that golden ticket. Where is it now? Smithway stops shaking his head. He puts his hands together. I take the golden ticket. I put it where the golden tickets go. Which is where? Which is there, says Smithway, pointing to a wide cylindrical tube just beneath the box full of torn blue tickets. You bend down and take a look. And where does this go? Smithway points to the platform beneath his feet. Down there, he says. we should go down there. To follow Smithway under the ride, go to lead 451. So obviously we're going to follow him down. Oh, we should be writing this down. Okay, so we went to 847. And then we went to... Sorry, 847 was the Popcorn Shack. And then we went to 831, which was Poppy in Medical. Nothing to speak of there. And then we went to 834, Roller Coaster. Right, where we learned about the gold tickets, and that took us now to 451. Under the ride, where the golden tickets go. Anna Maria is reminding us to go to Clown Town. Yes, okay, let's continue here first, though. You follow Smithway underneath the coaster. It is a different world down here, one of darkness, shadow, and loss. The ground is strewn with the oddest things, a ball of twine, a tobacco pipe, 2 plastic yellow ducks, some brass knuckles, which you pick up, a girly magazine, which you do not. You wouldn't believe what falls out of people's pockets, says Smithway. He guides you to the spot under the turnstile, where the golden ticket tube juts down through a hole in the platform. The bottom lip of the tube feeds into an empty paint can. Empty as in no golden ticket. You examine the ground around it, and your eye catches something shiny. You pick it up, a newish-looking metal pin that appears damaged, twisted somehow. You show it to Smithway. Any idea what this is? That is a steel pin, he says. Might it belong somewhere other than the ground? It definitely might, yes. Well, who would know for sure? Jazz. Jazz? Jasper Jazz, the maintenance guy. He might also have an idea about the restraining bar. You nod, looking at the pin, and take another step in the stooped gloom, onto something round and squishy. You bend down and pick it up. Open evidence B. What do you make of this? Okay. Evidence B. What do you make of this? So let's see what there is to make of something squishy. What? They're asking Smithway what he makes of this. Well, we all know what that is. It's kind of spooky. So it is a rubber nose with some burnt on it, it looks like. Burnt black soot. So to Smithway, we say, what do you make, Smithway, what do you make of this? Found underneath, as if someone dropped it. Smithway squints. It looks like it belongs to a clown, he says. You nod. Know where I can find one of those? Clown Town, says Smithway. Of course. But I wouldn't just go in there waving noses. You wouldn't. Smithway shakes his head. Well, what do you recommend? I'd say talk to Kettledrum. He knows this sort of thing. And where would I find Kettledrum? At the duck races, says Smithway solemnly. Then he leads you back towards the light. Okay, so let's write down at 451, we find evidence B, which is clown nose. I'll write it down here so I don't have to tag it. Okay, and we're told two different people. Jasper Jazz and Kettle Drum. So Jasper Jazz is maintenance guy. And Kettle Drum is at the duck races. And he knows about clowns, I guess. Knows clowns. And this guy's saying, don't just walk into Clown Town. You gotta be crazy to walk directly into Clown Town. Okay, Jasper Jazz about maintenance. He might know about a pin we found. I'm gathering it's not like a pin you put on. It's a pin like a there's a name for the pins that hold things in place. There's a couple different names of pins that hold things in place. One of them is like a bendy thing. It's like a cotter pin, it's called. And you would put it in, like if you hitch a trail or something, you could put it in and a cotter pin will hold it and won't bounce out. Okay, let's mark that we've been to 451. All right. A burned clown nose with soot on it. All right, so these seem like natural leads to follow next. But the other thing is we should note there was no golden ticket down there. That's odd, right? Like, was that what the clown did? He went to recover the golden ticket so there'd be no evidence? If you wanted to kill someone with the, if you wanted to kill the VIP, you'd give him a golden ticket. Then the ticket would tell you that this is the person to kill. And then maybe he wants to collect the golden ticket so there's no evidence left over. It was also a little odd that Smithway said he did what he always does with golden tickets. Remember, this is opening day for this ride. It's a little odd that he's saying he's done these golden tickets before. How many VIPs? Does this mean we had another VIP earlier in the day? No golden ticket in the bucket. And what else did we found some other stuff down there that's probably not relevant, but he just notes it, right? He says, oh, the metal pin, I guess we should write down metal pin. What else did we find? The golden ticket, the tube goes down and goes right into an empty paint can. And notice this is big enough for someone to be down there waiting for a golden ticket. A newish looking metal pin that appears damaged and twisted. So the metal pin is damaged as if someone wanted the end car to fly off. Brass knuckles, which we picked up, so now we have brass knuckles. Tobacco pipe, ball of twine, 2 plastic yellow ducks. 2 plastic yellow ducks. Remember that we're told to meet this guy, Kettle Drum, at the duck races. So maybe those yellow ducks are significant. Author could be trying to sneak that through on us. Jonathan, I'm also not sure we're 100% sure the victim is Rideout. I believe we read that he's the mayoral candidate. That would make it Rideout, but let's take a look at it again. I'm here back at the intro. Jumpin' Jiminy. Actually, she looks back at the dead man in the popcorn. I think it's Bradley Rideout. The guy is running for mayor? She says, yep. So at least she thinks it's him. But yes, we don't have confirmation about it yet. But she thinks it's him. All right. Well, I think these two people are perfect candidates to see next. These two people that this guy has told us about. Kettle Drum at the duck races, who can tell us about clowns. And Jasper Jazz, the maintenance guy. So here he is. Look at this. If you look at the map, courtesy area has maintenance 103. So that's going to be how we find Jasper Jazz. This pen's not working very well. Let's try a different one. So that's going to be the maintenance, Jasper Jazz. Now, how do we, the duck races, where are the duck races? 504. Where's that? Water Parks 507. Duck races. There's 506. Where's the duck races? Anyone see 504? Here would be a good place to see something, right? On the Ferris wheel. High up. Could be some witnesses there. I think we should go to the Ferris wheel for sure. I mean, probably we'll eventually go to all of these places and check them out. But Ferris wheel does seem like a good place to go early for witnesses. I still can't find the ducks, though. Is it possible it's not listed, or am I just overlooking it? 504. Duck. Oh, sorry, 506 is duck races, so that's right there. Okay. So we're here. Let's go past the Ferris wheel at 599 on our way to the duck races. So I'm going to stop off at the Ferris wheel. See if there's an entry. Jonathan says, maybe Jasper Jazz first try to gather as much evidence before seeing suspects. It's true, although don't forget... Oh, I guess he is a suspect now that we found the yellow ducks. All right, let me go to the Ferris wheel, then we'll go to maintenance. Where is maintenance? 103. There's maintenance. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go to 103 first, and then the Ferris wheel. Let's just not forget, since courtesy area is right down here. And maybe we should stop off and... What is this thing? 873. 873 is the globe of death. That's going to be the motorcyclists that run around. All right, we're going to skip that. We're going to the maintenance guy, 103, because that's what Jonathan wants to do. As we suspected, this is the location where we meet Jasper Jazz. Okay, 103 is maintenance. Jasper Jazz, which we might want to make a card for these people. But for the time being, we'll just mark them in this book. All right. Jasper Jazz, the maintenance guy, seems genuinely stunned, looking at the bent metal pin in his left hand like it was recently pulled from a grenade in his right. There's no way, he says, stops and starts again. There's no way this just falls out. He looks at you. You know what this is? You shake your head. This is the little thing that keeps it all together. The restraining bar locked in position, the car on the tracks and attached to the train. I check them all 3 times a day. One doesn't just fall out. You make some notes and ask him, where were you when the accident happened? Accident? He holds up the pin as if to say otherwise. I was at the goddamn carousel. They're always caroling me over there. Drives me crazy. I mean, really, it'll go around with or without me. That's what it does. It goes around. Who cares if the blue filly isn't going up and down? Maybe she just don't feel like it. That rocket to Mars, on the other hand, he looks back at the steel pin, shaking his head. For Christ's sake. Okay, you say, what can you tell me about Rocket to Mars? It's supposed to be more like a rocket to the future, he says, handing you the pin as if it's the last thing he wants to look at. How so? Salt Wiley. Jazz takes off his newsboy cap and wipes his calloused hands with it. The guy who makes cartoons? Oh, he does a lot more than that. People call him a visionary. What do you call him? Boss. Well, him and Miss O'Keefe. Why's that? He leans back in his chair. La La Land belongs to him. At least it does now. He just bought it a year ago. Not the land, mind you, but the park itself. Apparently, he's going to change it into something else, something futuristic and fantastical. Jazz makes jazz hands to encompass the tone of his point. He's calling it Wiley's Wonder World, whatever that's supposed to mean. But that right there, Jazz makes like he's shooting the pin out of your hand. That is a big problem for him. You hold it up. How so? Rocket to Mars was the first big show of what's to come, and now the future doesn't look so wonderful, does it? It looks broken and bloody to me. Okay, so not much information there other than to remind us who owns the park if we missed it, and set us up that Wiley would not have wanted this to happen because this was going to be the start of his new place, the star attraction. All right, so, and he tells us this couldn't have happened by accident. This pin is what kept it all together, and it's fallen out. All right, so now we're going to make our way back up. We're going to hit the Ferris wheel and talk to the duck guy. So 599, we're going to look for some Ferris wheel witnesses. Oh, it's already there. Jonathan says, here's a meta comment. I think we should be careful about making sure we have a reason to go somewhere in the park since we could have gotten to Jazz out of order. Yes. In other words, what Jonathan's saying is, if we just randomly said, let's go to the maintenance room just to see if there's anything going on there, we would have gone to it before before the game gave us a reason. So maybe Jonathan is saying we shouldn't go to the Ferris wheel until we've got reason to. Okay, let's stick with that logic. We can always go to the Ferris wheel on our own. Although I feel like I would go to the Ferris wheel because someone high up might have seen something. I'm going to go to the Ferris wheel. I think it's the last place that I feel like we have a reason to go looking for witnesses without having it suggested to us. But I do take Jonathan's advice. I think it's good. In fact, we might be reading something that we would later get directed to. But I like the way Jonathan is thinking. Let's see if the Ferris wheel, though, if anyone saw anything. Okay. Chainsaw, says the muscular tattooed woman taking tickets at the Ferris wheel. A spray of chewing tobacco fires out from between her teeth. You ask how she got her name. Used to do the chainsaw show over at the Cowpoke stage, but they don't let me do that no more. How come? Ask Lefty, she says, and rolls her eyes. So, used to do the chainsaw show over at the Cowpoke. Ask Lefty. Okay, so that sounds like we weren't supposed to go there, wander over there on our own. Like maybe we're going to hear something more. I'm just going to ignore it for now. All right, let's go visit the ducks, which our guy told us before we just wander into Clown Town, we should talk to this guy And we're also suspicious because we saw 2 yellow ducks under the grating at the rocket to Mars. So 506. Let's go. This looks promising. I don't know what's better, the split or with me in an inset. The carnies call out to you all down the midway. There just aren't that many suckers left. Sure, this part of the park's still open, but the crowds have thinned out since most of the rides are now closed, and the day's main attraction, a dead mayoral candidate, has finally been removed. At the corner where the midway turns, you find the duck races. 5 half-tubes fed by hand pumps, a yellow plastic duck in each, waiting for the race to begin. Step right up, bellows the barrel-chested man in a Spalding flight cap. Behind him, a tall man in pale blue baseball shirt has his back to you. The name Robinson and the number 42 emblazoned across it. That's going to be Jackie Robinson's shirt, I'm guessing. Was Jackie Robinson number 42? He appears to be writing things on the duck with a marker. Kettle drum, you say, stepping right up? The man in the Spalding cap winks. That's right, fellow traveler. Got a duck ticket, do you? If you have a duck ticket, look at the number, add 100. If you don't have a duck ticket, in fact, don't even know what a duck ticket is, just shake your head and hold up the clown nose. We're asking about this. Can you tell me who this belongs to, we say. Some clown, says Kettledrum, noticeably less friendly than a moment ago. Thanks, you say. Think you can point me towards one? He glances at the tall guy behind him, squints at the nose. I'd give Buckleweight a try. First door in Clowntown. Okay, so we skip this. We skip the Ferris wheel. All right, so now we're at 506. 506 is Kettle Drum Ducks. We want to come back with duck ticket. He's like, you got a duck ticket? We're like, we don't know what a duck ticket is. He's like, all right, move on then. We asked him about the clown, and he says, clown nose might be Buckleweight. First door in Clown Town. Okay. A little mark on this. All right, and I've made a note, come back with a duck ticket if we find one. So, the first door in Clown Town, where would that be? Where's the first door? There's Clown Town. How do you get into Clown Town? The first door is either over here or here. I mean, I guess we could go knocking on doors, but maybe the clowns aren't that friendly. First door in Clown Town. How is that supposed to help us? There's no clear entry. It looks like you could come in here, you could come in here. See what the channel's up to. Jonathan says, I'm enjoying the split. Okay, so maybe split screen. Maybe just choose a page when you go to Clown Town. I see. I'd go to 322. I think maybe more choices once there. It does make sense. The arrow is Clown Town, so 322. All right, let's go to 322 then. Let's go right into the door of Clown Town and see what it says. It was weird how he was like, just don't go walking into Clown Town. I guess the clowns don't like it if you have their noses or something. All right, let's go to 322 and see what it says. If you have something to show the clown, step into his trailer. If you don't have something to show him, you should probably go looking for more clues before knocking on his door. Okay, well, we do. I got a nose for you. Buckleweight seems like just your average clown. White face, circles around the eyes, big downturned mouth, red shock of hair, purple polka dots, giant feet. They flop as he steps back into his trailer, letting you in with an exaggerated shrug, acutely blasé, like people are always knocking on his door holding up big red noses. It ain't mine, he says. You know that, right? You ask him if he's sure. He turns and gives you a look, wiggling one of his ears. If there's one thing a clown knows, it's his nose. He don't know nothing if he don't know his nose. He honks an invisible horn. Wow, wow. Sure it ain't yours? No, of course it ain't. He lets out a weirdly short laugh. Ha! That's Dozo's nose, don't you know? I did not know. Can you tell me where to find him? By the way, that poster is Dozo. We'll take a look at it in a second. Buckleweight sits down on his cot in such a way that his knees come up to his ears. Not in Clown Town, that's for sure. Guy's got issues. In fact, I'd like to talk to him too. You ask him why. 'Cause I'm done with covering that Dozo's shifts. Can't keep himself together. The guy's a mess. Got a nose for the nose candy, if you knows what I mean. He honks once more. I had to cover him just this morning. The shadow boxing show on the cowpoke stage. And what does he do? He gives me his backup suit. Look at this thing. Buckleweight points to the back of the trailer door, where a red-striped clown suit hangs, replete with a giant red feet and a small red party hat. It's a friggin' mess. And that nose job in your hand there, I could have done with that earlier. Son of a bitch gave me no nose at all. Gave me the stupid signature Dozo hat, but not a single nose. I had to do the show with a goddamn paint on. Do you know what that's like? I don't, you say, then point to a shelf above his cot where a half-dozen clown noses sit. They look just like the one in your hand, only without the smudge of grease. Why not use one of those? Those? Are you serious? Those are Buckleweight noses. Well, aren't you Buckleweight? Exactly. Except today I was forced into being Dozo with no nose, and look what happened. He lifts a big purple hand in the air as if waving at crashed rocket ships, dead men, warfare, scandal, the crumbling fabric of society. What time was that shadow show thing, you ask? 10 a.m., says Buckleweight. I'm not sure I understood this paragraph here. We're saying, like, why don't you wear one of those noses you got? Got a basket of them. And he's like, those are Buckleweight noses. Aren't you Buckleweight? Exactly, except today I was forced into being Dozo with no nose, and look what happened. He lifts a big purple hand in the air. Look what happened. I guess he's saying, look what happened to the world when I was made to play Dozo. As if waving at crashed rocket ships, dead men, warfare, scandal, the crumbling fabric of society. What time was that shadow show? So he's talking about the shadow show that he had to cover for Dozo, because Dozo wasn't there. And he says it was 10 a.m. So you were there when the accident happened. Yeah, sounded like a bomb went off, he says. My stupid soldier legs kicked in and I ran right towards it. He shakes his head, red curls bouncing. You fought in the war? Who didn't, he says. Probably what screwed up Dozo, put him into drugs so bad. He looks up at something that isn't there. Maybe I should start doing them too. Drugs? Why not? So I don't lose all this. So I don't lose all this. You look around at his tiny, neatly tucked trailer. Not a thing out of place, but very few things to begin with. Where can I find him, you ask? Dozo? Bucklewaite looks at you. Like I said, he's one messed up clown. Doesn't even hang with us. Spins with the freaks instead. The freaks? Yeah, you'll find him down in Freakville. Don't ask me which trailer. In fact, don't ask me nothing about the place. Freaking freaks. Okay, that was an interesting character we met there. Bucklewaite. Alright, so that was location 322. And he's saying Dozo is the clown. He's on drugs. Bucklewaite covered for him at the, what's the show he cut? The shadow boxing show. On the cowpoke stage, which we have a thing about right here. Shadow boxing on cowpoke stage at 10 a.m. So that seems to give him a pretty good alibi. And then he says, sounded like a bomb, and he ran towards it. So he ran towards bomb sound. Either that's the crashing into the place or crashing off the roller coaster. Either way, those happen in very close succession. And we were told when we met the guy, 8:34, let me just visit. When we met the guy running this roller coaster, he gave us a very precise timeline, which we probably should have written down. He says that the accident was at, he's saying at 10:14 a.m. golden ticket. So 10:14, the guy gives him the golden ticket. He locks him down. They go off. It left the tracks at 10:19. Okay, so at 10:19, accident leaves tracks. So we have a very precise time at which this accident occurred, and we're given it by a guy who's very meticulous. So we can believe that. Okay, so at around 10, we've got an alibi for Bucklewaite. He says he's at the cowpoke stage. Cowpoke stage is 8:22 here. So he claims he's way across town when it happened. We can check that alibi. Remember, someone sees a clown going this way, and someone sees a clown going this way. No mention of any noses, though. And here is Freakville, I'll just point out, where Dozo hangs out. So, like, Clowntown must be here. Okay, so here's what it looks like. It looks like Clowntown you can go to, maybe. Or maybe this is where they hang out. And Freakville is separated by these rows of stuff. This is where performers live. And these are where the Freakville live and where Clowntown is. So this is Clowntown. There's only one place in Clowntown. But there's lots of places in Freakville. And we're not just going to go knock on doors. They sound like they might be a bunch of drug users back there. And he also, we heard mention when we asked him about the nose, he said it's grease on the nose, which would make sense if you're sabotaging the pins. It's probably time for us to take a break. Let's see if there's anything else in the chat. We see a little joke from Anna Maria Kovacs about this being it. That clown was pretty funny. It's clear we've got our writer back. We've got our writer, Shaughnessy Bishop Stall. Jonathan says, I think Nicole's testimony said the clown running towards the coaster did not have a nose. Oh, really? Let's read. That's a good catch if it's true. So let's read the witness statement by Nicole. She heard the shriek. Man hurled into the popcorn stand. She checks it. She makes sure it wasn't either of the two kids she's supposed to be minding. She's happy. As I stood there, I noted a clown running in this direction, away from the roller coaster. I also noted that he neglected to don his red clown nose. With such a lack of attention to detail. All right, good catch, Jonathan. So that's very interesting, though. So that's the one. Let's make a separate note of this. So she says, clown running from roller coaster to the pirate shack had no nose. But that would be odd for being buckle weight, right? Because he's supposed to be working on this side of town. Why would he be going from the roller coaster to the park? In other words, running away from the roller coaster, had no nose. That could be Dozo. The other witness, this is Nicole. So we don't think this is Bucklewaite unless Bucklewaite is lying. The other witness, who is Jimmy Lynch, let's see what he sees. Didn't see anything unusual other than that clown running like the devil was after him straight towards the roller coaster. Clown running towards roller coaster. This could be Bucklewaite. And I'll note that Bucklewaite says he painted on a nose, so he might have been seen with a nose. So it makes sense that the one who obviously has no nose might be Dozo. Maybe. Bucklewaite's running past them. Bucklewaite's the one who's working here, right? So it makes sense. He's working here. He hears it. He runs. He's running towards this. Well, I don't know if he's working here. Well, okay. He goes to the midway. He might be walking up here where he wouldn't be seen, but I guess he could have gone this way. So if he runs past them, that's who they see running towards the roller coaster, the sound of the crash. Although you'd think he'd stop here, right? If that's when he saw the dead body, wouldn't he stop there? But maybe this guy sees him, like maybe this guy was here. Does he say where he was, where he's? Let's see what Jimmy says. We had arrived at La La Land. I was waiting in line at Poppy's popcorn stand. So he's waiting in line. So maybe like the line is over here. So he sees this guy run by him. So it's consistent. It's consistent, but it's a little odd. Like if the line went this way, why is this clown seen here? Why didn't he stop? But it's reasonably consistent. And Jonathan is just saying, yes. The other clown also lost his nose, the one we have, so he also didn't have a nose. That's right. So this could be Dozo's nose. Then he would be seen running away by Nicole. From the direction of, she says, clown running towards them, running towards the popcorn stand from here with missing nose. So that does sound like our culprit, who could be Dozo. She's right at the popcorn stand because she gets burned or something, or yeah, she gets burned or something. The other guy's online. We don't know how far along the line is. Okay. And just to remind us, there's the body. Brown shoe. Was it, we find a leather brown shoe underground. Can we confirm that it is a brown shoe that is missing from the body? I know we read that he's missing a shoe, and we can see it in the photo. I'll bet they planned to take a photo of that, but it was just too much trouble, so they did a sketch. I just want to see the confirmation about how they describe him missing a shoe. Maybe it was in the report. Left shoe missing. Substantial damage to popcorn stand. All right, so it was in the report. Okay. Well, time to take a break. We could go check the clown's alibi. We could start poking around in Freakville, but that seems like it might be dangerous. All right, let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll decide where to go next. I'll see you in a few minutes. We're back. You're playing. we're playing Postmortem L.A. Case to Death in La La Land, and you're watching Co-op for Two. We're just trying to decide where to go to next. It was at the scene of the crime that we found the matchbook for Sal's Diner with a weird 6-word list: smoked meat, salami omelet, and Roy Rogers. So that's a place we may want to go to. I think we should finish going to the cowpoke stage to check on the alibi of Buckleweight. And then maybe we might want to open up our directory and see if there are other places, chase down this lead at Sal's Diner, etc. So let's go to the cowpoke stage. We're going to check Bucklewait's alibi. He said he was taking over for Dozo there. Let's see what that looks like. A guy in a 10-gallon hat is fussing with a banner and some rope. You ask if he has a moment. I've got more than that, he says. Looks like we're done for the day. I guess them folks got more than they could handle. Guess so, you say, and show him your badge. What can I do you for, detective? The shadow thing. Shadow boxing show. Right. I understand there was a change in the schedule, one clown for another. You know what happened? Well, says the cowpoke cowboy, I can tell you this. If it wasn't the big boss who made the change, them boys are gonna be in a heap of trouble. Ain't no one's allowed to change nothing without the say-so of the big boss. Hell, I'll tell you, some time back, the bearded lady switched shift with some other freak, fire eater, I think it was, and the big boss went and canned her. The bearded lady. I mean, that's circusing 101. Don't fire the bearded lady. They ain't exactly a dime a dozen. You nod. And who exactly is the big boss? That you can figure out on your lonesome, detective, says the cowboy. Now you have yourself a real fine day. He tips his hat and ambles off. Okay, so the only thing that we're told in 822 is cowpoke. Who is the big boss who had to sign off on any change? Well, we know there's two candidates for the big boss, right? There's Salt Wiley, and then there's the director of the carnival, the woman we meet early on. Those are good people to go talk to right now. Let's see what we got here. So it's Darlene O'Keefe is the parks manager, and Salt Wiley is the owner of the whole place. As far as the locations of these people, I'm not sure if they're in our directory, but you would imagine that the park office would be where Darlene would be. 864. Did we find her in the directory? Just looking here. Is there an entry for the park here? Board of Directors, Jewelers, Shoe Shiner, Oil. I'm sure we're going to want to look up Toupee Shop or something if we can find it. But let's go to the park office and see if we can talk to Darlene. And then maybe we'll visit Salt Wiley and then visit Sal's. But let's see if we can find Darlene first. She is think that she would be at 864. Okay, here's 864. The carnival director's office is in a boxy trailer near the front gate. It has palm trees around it and a small flight of steps up to the porch. You knock on the door and wait, but there's no answer. If this is the first time here, you should probably give up and go someplace else. I'm just gonna... Yeah, okay, so we're not, there's no one there. There's no one there. So we're just gonna put back 864, Darlene office. We're gonna put a note, return. So I was just reading ahead to make sure it didn't say, like it said, if this is your first time here, go away. And then I was just saying, well, we could just go right back there if it's not our first time. But it basically was saying you're going to be brought back here by someone. So Darlene is not at her office. We got to find her. She might be, where would she be? First of all, let's make a little, put our little thing at the park office where we've gone. Let's go knock on the door of Salt Wiley, the Walt Disney guy, and see what he has to say. So he was in the directory somewhere, I believe. Here we go. Wiley Wonder Productions. 444. Let's put a little mark here. Remember, these are removable stickers. You can find out about them in the remedial detective course video that I put out. All right, let's see if he claims to be the big boss, or maybe we'll find him talking to Darlene. Okay, let's write his number down here. 444. All right, let's see what we got here. We are sure being methodical about this one. Salt Wiley's production studio, just off Santa Monica Boulevard, looks like an enormous Art Deco alien spacecraft. His glass-domed office, the captain's deck. In one direction, you can see the Hollywood Hills, then Beverly Hills in the other, with La La Land's Ferris wheel spinning in between. Quite the view, you say, taking off your hat. Wiley strides out from behind his desk. If you like this, you should see what's coming. You follow him over to a massive round table covered by a giant cloth. With a flourish, he pulls it aside. And there is Wiley's Wonder World. Even as a model, it is really something. Mountains and space stations, jungles and geodesic domes, monorails, minotaurs, and magic castles, all on the same celestial plane. Holy Toledo. Carnivals had their day, and that day is gone, says Wiley. Freak shows, strong men, lions, tigers, and bearded ladies, they're all part of a darker, dirtier, warlike time, detective. This is a vision for the 1950s. Hollywood plus Neverland plus cartoon animals in space. What you're looking at here is the future. And the future is family friendly. So I've heard you say. It seems pretty powerful. Men agree with you. We were all little boys once, says Wiley with a smile. He looks down on his creation like a scrutinizing deity. You see his gaze come to rest on the miniature rocket to Mars. His face clouds over. You're here about the man who died, aren't you? You nod. He turns away from Wiley's Wonder World, walks across the room, and sits back down at his desk. You know, I spend all day imagining things, pushing the limits of possibility, and yet I never once thought of someone dying because of something I made. He's looking out the window now at the shimmering, distant lava land. It can't be an accident, not the way it happened. The man who died, you say, did you know he was running for mayor? Wiley turns to you. Yes, I did hear that. He shakes his head. His poor family. Mayor Schallenhach was there too. You two are friends, yeah? Of course, says Wiley. My creations owe a lot to him. He understands the future of this city, and he's a great supporter of Wonderworld. But it doesn't look that good, does it, Mr. Wiley? Which part? He looks at you as if genuinely puzzled. The rocket to Mars, you say? The fact that the very first ride you created, with the support of the mayor, happened to kill his biggest rival. And even you're telling me this is no accident. You don't see that as a problem? Salt Wiley is nodding, his brow creased. Well, when you put it that way. He stands up and looks you in the eye. You must find out the truth, detective. Not just for the man who died, not just for Wonderworld, but for the future of our city. Would it help if I offered some funds? You hold up your hand. The GDA pays me just fine. Of course, says Salt Wiley. Please let me know if I can help in any way. Okay. So he seems genuinely concerned. And it makes sense. Like, this would not be, even if he wanted the mayor reelected, you're not going to kill him on your own park. So seems pretty clear he's not going to be involved in killing someone in his park. I'm just wondering about our Darlene woman. Why is the park still open? Does it tell us where she goes? It doesn't really tell us where she goes off to. You turn back to Miss O'Keefe. What's going on here? Why is the park still open? You should have this whole place taped off. She says it was until the cops came in. Okay. So we don't really know where to find her. We've been to the park office, the medical station, and maintenance. The only place we haven't been that's a general area is the concession stand. No reason she'd be there. In fact, yeah, concession stand is 211. We already went there. There's nothing there. Okay, so unless I'm mistaken, the only place in the park that we have any hint about is Freakville, and there's a whole bunch of places in Freakville, and we have no reason to pick one over the other. So unless we're going to just shoot in the dark and start knocking on doors, which seems like it might be a bad idea, we should probably go investigate some other places. So I think that means Sal's Diner. Sal's Diner or the mayor or the campaign managers. Yes. Okay. Let's start at Sal's Diner because we found that very odd. What was it? Was it a matchbook that had writing on it? Let's keep our eye open for a duck ticket too. Where did we find the note about Sal's Diner? So we found it right around the scene of the crime. We found a matchbook with a 6-word list written in it in handwriting at Sal's. So let's go to Sal's Diner. Salt Wiley, we didn't learn anything from him, only that he wanted the mayor to be reelected, but he wouldn't have killed anyone. Okay, so here's Sal's Diner. 117. Okay, a little marker here. Remember, it's always open except when closed. 117. A lot of stickers we're using up. Game Brigade says, head to the diner. I'm hungry. Yeah, me too. Let's see if we get some interesting food. All right, let's see what we got here. Remember, this is the Jewish diner. Oy vey, says the maitre d' at Sal's Diner. We're fresh out of menus. This seems odd to you, but not as odd as what happens next. Excuse me, says a man seated at the counter. You can have mine. When he stands up, you see he's quite tall and wearing a shimmering blue satin Dodgers jersey. He hands you his takeout menu and gives you a wink. The effect is somewhat ghoulish, as there is a deep, jagged scar where his right eye should be, and the accompanying ear is also missing. Open evidence E. That's going to be a menu. Okay, let's open our evidence. So, evidence E. That was interesting. It's kind of odd that person described. Was that one of our gangsters? Were any of the gangsters described to us? I'm trying to remember. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay. The menu from Sal's Diner. Let's see what is on offer at the diner. Okay, I'm going to put a little note on this so we know this was from E. Sal's Diner is always open except when it's closed. What have we got here? We can get omelets. An omelet with jelly, 45 cents. A horseshoe cut omelet, we don't know what that is. Oh, eggs and omelet. What is a horseshoe cut? Some kind of egg. And why would you get an omelet with jelly? And what is shirred? Look at that. You can get your eggs. We've got a whole bunch of stuff to learn here historically. Look at this. You can get your eggs boiled, fried, or scrambled, or you can get them shirred. S-H-I-R-R-E-D. Can someone figure out what shirred eggs are and what horseshoe cut eggs are? Sandwiches. You can get a fried egg sandwich, a minced olive on toast sandwich, a Hollywood sandwich, a Reuben, which we already looked up, which was corned beef. You can get a Denver sandwich, a tuna sandwich, a hot roast beef sandwich, and a smoked meat on rye sandwich. Entrees, fried shrimp, broiled calf's liver steak, breaded veal. You can get a side of pickles, hash brown potatoes, green asparagus, spinach, coleslaw, potato salad. Let's look at the desserts. Walnut cake, fruit compote, blintzes, half dozen, fruit cake, preserved figs, and a full dozen blintzes for $1. Drinks, look at this. Coffee, iced tea, Peels. We don't know what Peels is. Some brand name drink. Canada Dry, I guess ginger ale. Orange juice. Pabst Blue Ribbon, that's a beer. Oh, Peels, this is more beer, I think. And there's a Roy Rogers. A White Rock water, we don't know what that is. There's the address of the place, 1493 Fairfax Avenue. Look at this. The, and then parentheses dash. Huh, that's weird. If you look at it this way, it doesn't make any sense. It's got to be a the, but the parentheses, close parentheses dash. That's weird. That's very confusing. Now, if we look at the note we found, we're not done reading that book, by the way, on this page, but I just want to look at the note. The note was smoked meat, salami, omelet, and Roy Rogers. If we write down the prices of these things, it might be interesting. So smoked meat on rye is 65 cents. Salami omelet is 50 cents. And a Roy Rogers is 25 cents. I'm just going to add these up just in case this means anything. 7, 12, 14, 140. Right, 115, 135, 140. Okay, so in case this means anything, that's the number. We might try looking this up in the book just for the fun of it. What were the other types of tags you wanted me to search? Assured eggs. SHIRRED. Jonathan says, I'm not seeing any horseshoe cut eggs, but I do see you can prepare horseshoe crab eggs. I like to imagine Sal down on the beach catching horseshoe crabs. Horseshoe cut. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It says horseshoe cut. Almost like it's a style, but it could be a cut of horseshoe crab. SHIRRED eggs. What are shirred eggs? I am tempted to now go into a diner and ask for some shirred eggs. They're just going to think you have a speech impediment and you mean stirred eggs or something. All right, let's write down. All right, down 140 as a possible code. And then back of menu says THE, close parentheses, and then a line. That's very weird. Oh, let's not forget, this is given to us by someone, right? He gives it to us. Who does it say gives it to us? He says, a man seated at the counter, you can have mine. He stands up, you see he's quite tall. So let's just write down, he's tall. Shimmering blue Dodgers jersey. And he has right eye missing and right ear missing. Wow, that's weird. Is that, I mean, he sounds like a gangster. Shirred was the name of the original type. Shirred, okay, let's read what Jonathan says. Shirred eggs are baked in a flat-bottomed dish, apparently. Shirred was the name of the original type of dish. What a weird thing to want. Shirred eggs. What a weird concept. I like some eggs, but I'd like you to cook them in a square, flat-bottomed dish. What would be the point of that? They're more expensive, too. Extra 5 cents over boiled, fried, or scrambled. Weird. Okay. So, if we... Okay, then it says, he gives it to us. He says, the man continues. You look like you could use a cup of joe. Sit and join me. We can have a seat, go to lead 810, or we can go ahead and order takeout. Interesting. So we could, maybe those 3 items, we could, oh, that's going to be it. When you order those 3 items, that's going to be how you communicate the secret message to someone. So it's not adding up those 3 things. We're going to order those 3 things. All right. So which one of these do you want to do next? I guess we could have a seat, or we could order takeout. I wonder if one of these is not, like, they're both ways to get the same information, and if we're clever, we should do the second one. That's a tough decision. I want to look at the paper again and see if we hear anything about those three gangsters having missing ears. Does anyone remember something like that? I don't, but it just seemed like it's describing someone that we should know about. Not really. I wonder if we're going to hear about that later. Shared was the name. Okay, so here's a tough metagaming decision for us. Like, I feel, I can't tell if this is, like, obviously you would think we would do both things. Go have a seat, then order takeout. I just can't tell if it's like, if we know this clever answer to this, we should do this first. And this is if you don't know about the dishes to order. But maybe we should role play it thematically and say first we'd have a seat and then we order takeout. I don't know. We do have a reason to order takeout. All right, I'm going to let audience decide. Do you want to use the information we have to order takeout, which I think is going to be a way of conveying secret message, or do you want to have a seat first? I think to not spoil the fun, we should maybe order takeout and use the keywords. We're going to be able to come do this again, I guess. All right, let's order takeout. So there's two options here. I'm going to make a note at Sal's Diner, so make sure we don't forget these. Sit versus takeout. All right, we're going to go order takeout now. 232 Sal's takeout. Okay, so here we go. Let's order takeout, Jonathan says. All right, here we go. You have a good long look at the takeout menu. The old guy pulls out a notepad and pencil. What would you like to order? He asks. You're not sure what to order? We recommend the Reuben and also getting back to the case. Or if you do know what to order, turn to lead 404. That's a weird way it's phrased. I thought it was going to say like add stuff up. Okay, so we do know what to order. That's very odd, isn't it? It's sort of odd and unlike this game. Normally, when we play this game, it would be if you know what to order, go to the clue by adding 100 to the order total. It's very weird that this one is not testing us on what to order. I mean, I know it's those three things, but I'm perplexed at why it's not quizzing us, especially since it would be so easy to quiz us by saying, add up the score. All right, so let's go to 404. Maybe it's going to quiz us at that point. That goes to 404. If this just assumes we know the right thing, I'm going to be a little irritated. Okay, let's see, 404. If you're here for Trudy's blintzes, see how much they cost on the takeout menu and turn to that lead. If not, carry on. Interesting. He says, unfortunately, we're out of the Roy Rogers. Would you like something else instead? So it's a little weird. So he asked for our things in that list. We're out of the Roy Rogers. Would you like something else instead? Please make your decision and add up your bill using the takeout menu and proceed to the corresponding lead. Okay, so I was wrong to doubt it. It is asking us to add up our decisions, but it's even more interesting and complicated. it says, if you're here for Trudy's blintzes, turn to that lead. So when we go to 404, don't worry, Game Brigade, I do have more stickers. So 404 has two options, blintzes or menu. So we should remember that we may have to come back here for blintzes later. But now, what do you make of this? Unfortunately, we're out of the Roy Rogers. So remember that we found three things on the matchbook. Smoked meat, salami omelet, and Roy Rogers. And we just asked him, and he said, we're out of Roy Rogers. So the question is, do you think we should add up these two? And the clue about being out of Roy Rogers is to give us a hint about this. And if we skip the Roy Rogers, it would be 115. Or should we still ask for the Roy Rogers as the code? So it's either 115 or 140, or totally irrelevant. Games Brigade says 115. I think that would be my guess too, but we'll check 115 if there's nothing there, if the guy's like, get out of here. Otherwise, 140. But we can check each of these. We're not going to get penalized. All right, so Jonathan, you got a thought? I'm almost not sure we have enough info now. We could be barking up the wrong tree. And it's very weird that it says, I'm going to write down here though, 115 no Roy Rogers, and 140 with Roy Rogers. Well, we're not sure if we're barking up the right. Is there a logical replacement for Roy Rogers on the menu? I see what you're thinking. Not really. So the Roy Rogers is in the drinks. There's a Roy Rogers, there's a White Rock Water, Canada Dry, coffee, iced tea. There is no real explanation. And we don't know what those three things mean. Can I just point out there are three things, right? And there are three gang members of the club, of the Jewish mafia, right? So there's Ziggy Shallows, Fingers Friedman, and Johnny Whopper. So is it possible that we've got three people and three items, and that's how you order one of these, that's how you get to these people, and that one of these people is Roy Rogers and he's like out. He's out of the office. So another option would be that like one of them is the Roy Rogers, one of them is number 25, one of them is whatever the number of the meat, which was cost 65 cents. One of these was a 65 guy, and so you're supposed to just name the one thing, the one person you want to talk to. I'm not sure. We could try to order those. We could try those different options, right? We can try the full price. We can try the price without one of them, or we could try to talk to one of the people individually. So if we do individually, smoked meat is 65, salami omelet is 50. So let's just write there. So 65 is the smoked meat. And then 50 is the salami omelet. And then 25 is the Roy Rogers. So as I see it, we've got four things we could tell this guy. We could ask for the total price without Roy Rogers, the total price with Roy Rogers. We could try the individual price of each of these people if we think these are gangsters. I think we just sort of try them until one works. But does anyone have a gut instinct which one of these we should try first? What would you like us to try first? Are we ordering a hit? That could be how the thing was originally ordered, but it wasn't really a hit that you would order the mafia to do, right? It was someone with insider knowledge of the park caused this accident. Game Brigade says, well, I do think in the spirit of the game. Game Brigade, can you tell us to remind me your name? I know it's on your channel. I just don't remember it now. We should have a good reason to order instead of just ordering. We could back up and sit down. It's true. Why are we're ordering because we're trying to use this code of the matchbook, but it's true. Maybe that's a little premature. Okay, let's do it. But for the fun of it, Brian is Game Brigade's name. Okay, for the fun of it, keeping with thematic play, role playing this game, we've approached this diner. We know it's the home of the Jewish mob. We've placed our order for the 3 things we found in the matchbook. And the diner guy has told us we're out of Roy Rogers. What do you want to order? And we're going to take that as kind of a walking us back. We're going to take that as a sign like maybe we're in dangerous territory here. A guy with no missing eye and scar has just approached us, and maybe we don't want to push our luck and start giving stuff, that code words that we don't know the answer to. So we're going to back up and sit down. So we're going to back up now, and we're going to have a seat. Although I do believe we have enough information to pursue this code word takeout, but we're not going to do it yet. We're going to see if there's more evidence. And we're going to sit down now, 810. Now, I'm a little bit afraid it's going to give us the code word information hints, but let's hope not. Let's go to 810. All right, so this guy just gave us the menu. Remember, it's got something funny written on the back of it. And he looks like he belongs in a mob. We don't know what this is all about, but we are going to read 810 now. Is Sal's sit down. So we're just going to sit and ponder the note we were given. Let's see what we got here. You take a seat at the counter as the oddly friendly, one-eyed, one-eared guy sitting next to you signals for the waitress to pour you a cup of coffee. As he does, you notice his left thumb is also missing. Oh my God, this guy. He turns and catches you staring. How about those Dodgers, you say, giving a nod to his jersey. And that Robinson fellow, it's about time. So Jackie Robinson, super famous black baseball player, historic in breaking the color barrier in Major League Baseball. The man grins and the scars on his face arching upwards. Then he swivels on his stool to show you his back, Robinson 42. Well, there you go, you say. The waitress has finished pouring. You lift your cup and nod as the man does the same. You know why I wear this shirt, he says. You shake your head. A fortune teller told me to. You squint at him. There is a fortune teller in the park. You squint at him, trying to suss out if he's serious. Well, not in so many words, but she did tell me to bet on the Dodgers. Brooklyn, I says to her. She gives me this look and says, sure, for now. So I bet big and I won. Robinson had 4 hits and 2 stolen bases. Bought this fancy shirt with part of the winnings. Now that's a story, you say. Fortune teller, huh? Yep, says the man. Know what else she told me? Once more you shake your head. She said the past, present, and future are all in conflict. Not just for me, but for everyone. For you too, detective. You put down your cup and look at him more carefully. What makes you think I'm a detective? Oh, says the man. Well, are you? And what if I were? Then maybe a bit of psychic stuff is rubbing off on me. He shakes his head and grins again. I'll tell you one thing, if I were able to predict the future, I'd still have a full set of these. He grins. He holds up his hand and wiggles his remaining fingers. Not to mention everything else, he laughs and picks up his cup again. You think for a moment and look once more at the strange man. How did it happen, you say? What, this? Says the man, gesturing with his thumbless hand to his own incomplete face. Fate, you could say, out of the clear blue sky. That's how things happen, don't you know? Well, actually it was dark, but fateful nonetheless. Now please excuse me, I'd best be getting back to my own business. It gives you that half-faced smile. Pleasure speaking to a fellow fan. I should point out, we've met a lot of people that served in the war. It makes sense, 1948, they've come back from the war. We're told that the two clowns served in the war. This man could very well have served in the war and been injured. The man turns back to his newspaper, which is dated 2 days ago. I wonder if that's our newspaper. You're not sure what to make of this guy or really anything else in the case. So many shifty characters, shifting events. Everything seems like both a clue and a dead end at the same time. The waitress has disappeared. Your stomach is rumbling, but you need to get back to the case. You grab the takeout menu and get up from your seat. As you pass the disfigured man, he lifts his head from the paper. Oh, and detective, he says, one more thing. Keep your eye on the pop fly. To order takeout from the maitre d', after all, go to lead 232. So it's offering us another chance to order takeout. Keep your eye on the pop fly. Interesting. Just going to write down that he says, keep your eye on the pop fly. I don't know what that means for our relevance. A pop fly, if you don't know, in baseball, I'm not a real baseball person, but pop fly is basically when the batter hits it and it's sort of up in the air and someone's going to catch it in the infield, maybe like a small, easy to catch hit. Something like that. Maybe someone correct me. The duck ticket guy had a jersey too, right? I was just going to say, someone else has a baseball jersey, and this is the number of Jackie Robinson. What was the number? What was it? Was it 22? And he knows we're a detective. We don't know how. Okay, Robinson 42. Okay, let's look up our duck guy again. It's 506. I want to see what he's wearing. He's wearing a Spalding fight cap, barrel-chested man, Spalding fight cap. Behind him, a tall man in a pale blue baseball shirt with his back to you, Robinson 42. So pale blue baseball shirt. So is that the same guy? Is that what we've now found him at the place? Uh, 8:10 was when we sat down with him, and before that was 2:32. I think it's the same guy. Sal's Diner was 117. That was the initial clue. A shimmering blue satin Dodgers jersey. Okay, so it's definitely the same guy. It wasn't. Could 42 be the replacement number for a Roy Rogers? Yikes. Okay. Well, that seems a bit of a stretch, but I am going to write down that number 42. Jackie Robinson number, because it does seem like it might be relevant. All right, so we did the sit down though, but we can go back. I'm going to put on our unresolved list the Sal's Diner order. That's an unresolved thing that we have to figure out how to do. It is all right. We got it's a cool mechanic here where we're at Sal's restaurant. We know it's the Jewish mafia. There doesn't seem to be a Jewish mafia connection with our case yet, which is interesting, which is maybe another reason not to pursue this secret code. But we've also got this very interesting secret. John says, Google says Robinson did not drink and Roy Rogers is non-alcoholic. Well, that's very tempting. But I do like our logic of not pursuing this yet, because we have no reason to believe the Jewish mafia is involved in our case yet. Well, I presume we are going to see some tie-in. And we don't know what the code will get us. That's a dangerous thing to mess around with when giving a secret code when you don't know what it refers to. And I'm going to take this moment to tell you two things and recommend a movie. So, thematically relevant to our idea of be careful using a code in a mobster hangout without knowing what the code means, I want to recommend a movie. And I hope one of you in the chat channel can remind me what the actual title is called. It's called something like Tezuki 13 or Tezuki 42. I don't want to say anything about the movie. I'm going to look it up because I don't want to give away what it's about. It's a foreign film, maybe French. I highly recommend it. Okay, let's see. 13 Tasmedi. 13 Tasmedi. Okay, this is a movie I recommend. 13 space Tzameti. It's French. 2005. Absolutely recommend it. I think it's on Netflix. I'm not sure. 13 Tasmedi. Absolutely go watch it, and it's a good lesson about going to a gangster hangout without knowing what you're doing. Okay, that was the first little side point. Now I'm going to tell you a second one. When I was in high school, Bronx High School of Science in New York City, someone in our outskirts of our friends group, told us about a toy store where you could buy marijuana. This is in 87, 86, 87. And you go in the toy store and you ask to purchase a tank. It was like a model toy store. And it was real. We did it, and sure enough, it was real. The toy store was selling marijuana and maybe other drugs under different code names out of the toy store. And you asked for a tank and you got whatever it was, $20 worth of marijuana. So these things are real. They're shops that do regular business. And if you know the keywords to use, you get connected with whatever nefarious stuff they're doing. So there you go. We only went in there once. That seems like a way to get caught, though. You could get that's a dangerous way to sell drugs. All right. Assuming that we're not ready to use our codes to try, because we don't want to get in trouble. We don't want to say the wrong code and get in trouble. I do like the reasoning though that this Jackie Robinson replacement. All right, yes, let's go. Let's chase down some of our political leads. All right, so we still can't find Darlene. We've got our 3 Jewish mobsters. So we've got our 4. We've got 4 various political people to talk to. The mayor, who we know was at the park at the death. Bradley Rideout, he's dead. We think it's him that's dead. We assume it's him that's dead. And we assume that it was him that they meant to kill. That's another separate option. But then we've got the mayor, the campaign manager of the guy that's dead, and the campaign manager of the mayor. And we don't know their numbers, but they're in this book. So let's see, let's assign numbers to these people if we can. All right, so Joffrey Facer, the campaign manager of the mayor, we've got a number. He's 021. But what's this all about? Los Angeles Business endorses, he is ready to field your questions and concerns, 035. I think that might be the mayor. 035 might be the actual mayor to field our questions and concerns, and then the campaign manager is 21. And where's Elizabeth Shears going to be found? Does she have an advertisement somewhere? How are we going to find her? Community organizers? That's a little unusual. What was any newspaper stuff about her? Volunteer and help with the command at Rideouts. That's it. Elizabeth Shear, 912. That was our Elizabeth Shear. Okay, so we have 3 locations for our 3 political people. All right. Jonathan is confirming that she was the number I found in the paper. LABA could also be involved. Yes, because they endorsed the mayor. Okay. So let's talk to Elizabeth Shear first. She knows the deceased person, so that makes sense. Let's talk to her first. Okay. So we're going to go to 912. It's going to be pretty broken up, I assume, in shock. Okay. And then we want to also, a lot of bookkeeping, but what do we always say? The man does not solve the case, the notes solve the case. So this is Elizabeth Shear. And I don't mean that in a sexist way. The human does not solve the case, the notes solve the case. We have yet to play. In fact, very few of these games have an explicitly female detective. In 1948, they were probably exceedingly rare. But modern times detectives, the female detectives are great. In fact, if you watch the first 48, which is a great show about homicide detectives, some of the best detectives on the first 48 are the female detectives. To me, they seem the most professional and the most on top of their game. And some of the men are complete. They look like they're bullshitting their way through laziness. So, okay. Rideout campaign. But back in 1948, most of the detectives are going to be male. All right, let's see what we got here. Bradley Rideout's campaign headquarters in a mid-sized downtown office are empty but for one woman sitting at a desk, looking into the middle distance. Her eyes are red and glassy, like she's run out of tears. He was an incredible person, she says, and this city's greatest hope. You were there at the time of the accident, you say? Have I got that right? Accident, she says, as if just now seeing you. Her eyes flash back to life. You're calling this an accident? What kind of policeman are you? You explain that you're not with the LAPD, show her your badge, and apologize for upsetting her. If it wasn't an accident, you say, who might have wanted to harm him? So many people, she sighs and pulls a handkerchief from her pocket. When you have Bradley's integrity and his courage, you make a lot of enemies. Top 5, you say, offering a sympathetic shrug. Other than the mayor, of course. She turns her chair to face you, defiant. No, you say, and look at her. We can start right there if you want. She seems slightly surprised, and for a moment, mollified. She nods to herself. Okay, she says. The big man, then. Mayor Arthur Schallenhach. She fixes on your eyes. Yesterday, his campaign was on the ropes. Today, I'll bet you they're closing up office. Because now he's won. Tell me I'm wrong. She leans toward you, searching your face for answers. Okay, you say, and turn to your notebook. Do you honestly think Mayor Schallenhach did this? Well, not on his own. That man doesn't piss on his own, and he doesn't have to. He's got the cops, the council, the whole damn city of angels, doesn't he, detective? I mean, how is he not in prison? No one but Bradley had the guts to say it. And then it was Schallenhach who put Bradley on that ride. Excuse me, you say? Do you mean that as a metaphor? No. Her eyes flash again, this time with grief and anger. I don't mean that as a goddamn metaphor. I mean he put the ticket in Bradley's hands. Bradley got on that lousy ride, and that's how Bradley died. She drums out each point with a finger striking down on the surface of her desk. You're taking notes, nodding along, trying to follow the percussion and the repercussions. They were both at La La Land this morning. Why? What do you mean, why? Says Mrs. Shear. For the campaign event, for photo ops. It was even in the papers. Yeah, but why La La Land? Now that, she says, holding up her hand, was more like a metaphor, or at least symbolic. How so, you say? Well, for all his forward thinking, Bradley was a man of the people, and conservative in important ways. La La Land is a good example of that. He understood that the common man isn't always so common. He was going to bat for the carnies, their way of life, their right to make a living. He believed in things like that. I'm not sure I follow. Miss Shear gives you a look like this doesn't surprise her at all. Schallenhach goes on about the future, right? And visionaries, people like Salt Wiley, the movie makers, Tinseltown. But really, what he's talking about is lining his own pockets at the expense of all the little guys. What about their futures? If the mayor and his buddies get their way, places like La La Land will be just an extension of Hollywood. A place for movie stars and robots instead of the real people who go there now and have jobs there too. Who wants a spotless carnival? I'd rather a clean city hall. That was Bradley's take on it. Schallenhach, he's filthy as anything, and the dirt runs deep. He's in bed with Ink Oil Incorporated, who happens to own the land that Bradley was killed on. The big guys of Big Oil, the honchos in Hollywood, Otto Friedrich and his goons, they're all in one glitzy, oily bed together. Her hands are shaking now, her eyes tearing up. And now a good man who wanted to do right is dead. Is anyone going to do anything about it? Are you, detective? You let your pencil come to rest. All right, so she gave us this interesting connection with the oil company, right? She tells us the mayor wants him gone. They want to make everything fancy like Walt Disney. And this guy, Rideout, wanted to keep this place as it is with jobs for everyone. It does suggest that the clown shouldn't be killing him for wanting to close them down. And then she says he's in bed with ink oil. Bed. We have a note, ink oil, and we're told in the introduction that there's an oil well on top of the popcorn place, I believe. Or was it on top of the roller coaster? And then she also mentions Otto Friedrich, the producer, the owner of Morpheum Theaters, Orpheum from the previous case, all in bed together. Where did we hear about the oil thing? Do you remember if it was the intro? Who remembers? Jonathan, do you remember the oil? Jonathan says, I think it was the intro. Let's see. Hey, look at this. This is kind of interesting. I'm looking at the intro again, which we might want to reread. But look at this. Is it even a crime scene? He nods his head. Behind you, a plump woman holding a poodle, a tall man in a pale blue Dodgers jersey. There's that Dodgers guy again hanging out around the scene of the crime. Kind of weird, right? Like, what's this Dodgers guy doing everywhere we go? And he knows us and knows we're detectives. Or PIs. That's kind of weird. Let's see if we can find where's the oil rig. Crime scene tape. Here, look at this. Okay, so we're describing the park. It's in the first paragraph. Stepping through the gates, you tip back your hat, steady yourself. Sights, smells, whatever. Right in the center, looming above it all, an oil rig made to look like a giant grinning clown. So look, it's here. There's a giant oil rig meant to look like a grinning clown. So on first glance, this looks like a political hit job, right? But is it possible the whole point of this is to shut down this park so that they can drill for oil? Right? That's certainly a possibility that what we have here is oil company wants access to this place. Maybe you can buy it cheap once its whole reputation is ruined for killing this guy. There's a documentary called, what's it called? Called Class Action Park. There was an amusement park in New Jersey called Action Park, a very special amusement park that was focused on all this unsafe, wild adventure. Not like carefully supervised rides that were controlled, but more like put kids in speedboats and let them run around. or put kids in little mini cars and let them have bumper cars, that go much faster than normal. And it was nicknamed Class Action Park because of all the class action lawsuits that occurred. There's a documentary of it somewhere. I don't remember where. Let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. You're watching Co-op for Two. Welcome back. Jonathan says, it's a bit of a weird mix. Some of the people that work at the park seem like they could be Scooby-Doo characters, but then we have the campaign manager talking about losing the city to corruption. Crime itself is both very cartoonish, but also depicted a little gory. It's true, the crime is a little cartoonish. Can we summarize what the campaign manager said? I got a little distracted that part. Yes, let's take a look at it again. It was 9/12, Elizabeth Shear. So we walk in, we say, can you tell us a little bit about the accident? And she says, what are you talking about, accident? It wasn't an accident. He was murdered. We say, why were the two of them there? She says that our guy, the guy who was killed, Rideout, was a man of the people. He was there to show his support for not only the common men who go to this carny place, but also the workers at the carnival that would be put out of a job if it all gets modernized by the mayor. And she says that not only was the mayor there with Bradley Rideout, but the mayor actually gave the ticket to Rideout. Physically handed the ticket to his challenger who got on the ride and then got killed. So you could imagine that it was a mistake. They meant to kill the mayor. Maybe it's going to turn out the mayor gave him his ticket as a totally unplanned thing. He put the ticket in Bradley's hands. Bradley got on the lousy ride, and that's how he died. Then we say, why were they both there together? And they were both there for photo ops. He's a man of the people. He wanted to support the carnies. And then she says, she described how the other people are, the mayor is for the people like Salt Wiley, the movie makers, Otto Friedrich, the producer. They're the people who want the future to be all Hollywoodized with robots and movie stars rather than carnies and carnivals. And she also says, the mayor is filthy as anything, and the dirt runs deep. He's in bed with Ink Oil Incorporated, who happens to own the land that Bradley was killed on. The big guys of Big Oil, the honchos in Hollywood, Otto Friedrich and his goons, they're all in one glitzy, oily bed together. So remember, we're told that Salt Wiley, the Disney, Walt Disney character, he owns the amusement park, but he may not own the land. The land may be owned by oil, is what she says. Okay, I think that covers our recap. And it gives us more people to be curious about, like the ink oil people. We know in the directory there's some ink oil stuff. And Otto Friedrich got mentioned, but I think we should continue chasing down our political leads for a bit. Did I ever tell the story about how I have to grade my cat? So I was almost late coming back. Jonathan, can you remind me if I told the story about grading my cat already on the channel, if you remember it? How my cat gets graded? I don't think so. All right, well, I'll tell you why I was late coming back. Quickly before we get started. A couple years ago, my cat would occasionally poop on the bathroom rug. Not regularly, just like once every couple months, she would poop on the rug. So like I read about it, I got replacement rugs. Like there's something about maybe the smell of the rubber padding at the bottom of the rug was doing it. And obviously I would yell at her when she did it. I would bring her over. I'd be like, bad, don't do it. Got different rugs, started washing the bathroom rug more frequently. But still, no matter what I tried, every couple months, I mean, it was very infrequent, but every couple months, she would take a poop on the rug. And I couldn't convince her it was wrong. So then I tried reverse psychology. when she would go to the bathroom in the kitty litter box, which was most of the time, as soon as she did, I would praise her and I would give her a little treat in her cat bowl. And sure enough, after a couple weeks, whatever, she has never, in the years since then, ever taken a poop on the bathroom rug again. However, now, if she ever takes a poop in her kitty litter box, she will come tell you about it with some meowing and wait outside the bathroom door until she gets her grade and gets her reward for it. And now I dare not ever stop giving her the reward for fear of repercussions. But basically, the cat will wait and ask to be graded every time she takes a poop. So there you go. It's a trade-off. So we call that getting graded. The cat gets graded. All right, let us continue with our political context. So we've got the mayor and his assistant. I think it makes sense to talk to the assistant, who will hopefully set us up an appointment with the mayor. So that's Joffrey Facer. 21. Let's see what he has to say. Joffrey Facer is kicking back at the mayor's campaign headquarters, doing a crummy job of hiding his smile. Can I get a response from you? You ask him. To what? Anyone who might be suspicious about the manner in which your candidate's opponent withdrew, or rather flew, from the race this morning. Facer puts his feet back on the floor, his face changing now to one of incredulity. I think it's just as important, he says, to appreciate how close Mayor Schallenhuck was to being the victim here. In what way? Facer looks like he's trying to choose one of many possible lines. He leans in. In the way that the mayor himself was given that ticket by some carny in what was supposed to be a photo op lark. He almost died because of it. He gets up from his desk. And if that had happened, I never would have forgiven myself. Now, please, detective, I'm going to be late for a meeting. You shrug, but still allow him to usher you out of his office. If I have more questions, I guess I know where to find you. That you do, detective, that you do. So this is leading credence to the idea that maybe someone was planning on killing the mayor, and the mayor just handed it off as a joke to his partner, to the guy who was running against him. Let's talk to the mayor himself and see what he has to say. Okay, Brian says, all right, Jesse, good game. Wish I could see more live. Got to hit the bed. All right, well, thanks for stopping by. It's great to have someone else here. And we shall continue. What's the motto of this organization? The motto is, our eyes never sleep. And that's the motto of this channel. Although we do sleep, but rarely. Okay, so he doesn't have much to say here. He's just confirming our theory of that maybe it was meant for the mayor. And now we're going to go talk to the mayor and see what the mayor has to say. We think that might be location 35 based on the newspaper article we found. Right, the newspaper was the mayor looking for volunteers or something. And here it is the mayor. Mayor Arthur Schallenhuck is a big guy with the swagger of someone who runs this town. He used to have leading man looks, but he's added some weight and lost a lot of hair since then. Possible toupee? On the walls of his office are photos from his network TV show days, as well as a few headlines. From Tinseltown to City Hall, our new mayor tells it like it is. Shallenhawk landslide, no big shockers. Bullseye, LA mayor wins dart championship, 3rd year in a row. We had someone, politician, playing darts in our last case. Was it Shallenhawk? He offers you a drink from the sideboard. You thank him, but shake your head. All right, let's just in case there's some importance here. 35 mayor. I mean, we are at a carnival. There might be dart throwing that he may have gone to, right? He's a dart champion. Okay. He offers you a drink from the sideboard. You thank him, but shake your head. Well, I need one, he says. That was a hell of a thing this morning. Hell of a thing. Did you see it? Did I see it? I almost was it. You ask him to explain. I was supposed to be on that ride, not ride out. It was my golden ticket. I gave it to him. Just think about that for a second. He pours 4 fingers into a glass and then goes ahead and makes it a hand. How'd you get it? At the Midway, throwing darts at the dart booth. We both were. Some silly photo op thing. Political rivals, popping balloons, bursting each other's bubbles, that kind of thing. And the ticket? It was in one of the balloons that I popped. Cute little thing they do, I guess. He takes a large sip. Although it didn't turn out too cute, did it? Why'd you give it to Rideout? Well, officially as a show of good sportsmanship. I mean, they got the shot of me winning the thing and then giving it to him. Win-win, right? Not for Rideout. Yeah, Jesus. He takes a swig. And unofficially? Unofficially? I hate roller coasters, heights, all that stuff. And it seems for good reason, wouldn't you say? You give a shrug, a bit of a nod. What can you tell me about the plans for La La Land, Salt Wiley, and so on? Oh, geez, says Shallenhawk, sitting back down at his desk. I didn't really think about all that. Hope he's doing okay. Are you two close? Close? Well, I certainly respect him. He's one of the few true geniuses of our time. And I'm happy he calls our city home. If I've said it once, I've done so ad nauseum. Salt Stanley Wiley is a verified visionary. It gives us Salt Wiley's middle name, in case that's reasonable to us. If you watched our video that just went up about Remedial Detective School for Narrative Mystery Gamers, one of our points was watch out for middle names, nicknames, etc. They could tie things together. So Salt Stanley Wiley, in case someone refers to Stanley, we know it's about him. Salt Stanley Wiley is a verified visionary. What's his vision, you ask, taking notes? Well, you should ask him that, says the mayor. The part that most interests me has to do with the direction of this city. To me, that's what we're talking about in regards to La La Land. The old-fashioned carnivals, they're on their way out. And honestly, good riddance. Freaks, carnies, clowns, whips, and chains, they're sleazy, detective. The future is family-friendly, fantastical, and full of hope. That's what this city has to offer to the world. The magic of Hollywood brought to life in a clean, safe way. Fun for the whole family. And that's what Salt Wiley can do. He's going to bring the magic of movies to life, and what better place to do it? I tell you, when we're done, it'll be the greatest destination in the world. You mark my words. You look up from your notebook. Those are a lot of words, Mr. Mayor, but what about killer roller coasters? That doesn't seem family-friendly. He puts down the glass. Which is why, he says, I'm counting on the likes of you to find out what happened this morning so we can give people answers and be sure nothing like it ever happens again. I'll see what I can do. You close up your notebook. I certainly hope so, says the mayor, fixing you with his TV star gaze. We need to put this behind us and look to the future. We're headed there anyway, detective. Okay? So, what did we learn there? We did learn a couple interesting things. We learned he got the golden ticket at a dart throwing photo op contest. Now, you could imagine, in a sort of cartoonish way, that if your plan was to kill the mayor, you know he's won 3 dart championships. So maybe you set up this photo op, you know he's going to win, and you know he's going to pop the balloons and win this ticket. So you're sort of setting up this thing to look at like chance getting him a golden ticket to the roller coaster. It does seem like it's a setup that might be purposefully targeting the mayor. Jonathan agrees. He says more evidence that the mayor might have been the target. Agreed. So now the question is, can we go to the dart house, the dart booth, and get some evidence there of who would have set it up? And in fact, there is an entry for dart booth. Let's take a look at it here. The dart booth is 186. Right there. So I think we go to the dart booth now and we question some people about this contest. Yeah, this seems like the thing to do. Any objection to going to the dart booth? Since this is photo op and newspaper stuff, the other place we might logically consider going at some point are the newspapers. We got an informant there. Let's go to the dart booth though. Let's find out. The dart booth is near the duck thing. Maybe we'll find a duck ticket. Okay. I like this. I always love in these games. I mean, one of my favorite things in these games is thinking one thing and then having to revise and change your mind. There's something very enjoyable about thinking it's going one way and then having you have to revisit that. So I do like that this case seemed like it was trying to kill the challenger to the mayor, and now it's looking like the mayor was targeted. Okay, here we go. You arrive at the dart booth just as a tall man in a shimmering pale blue shirt is walking away without a prize. There's our guy again, the Jackie Robinson guy. Do you think he's going to be working for Otto Friedrich again? Is he going to be one of Otto Friedrich's men that seem to be like doing their own background investigation? Lefty, says the one-armed dart booth carney, holding up his right hand to shake. His forearm is covered with tattoos and he's got a firm grip. You ask him about the mayor's visit this morning. I guess the campaign folk thought it'd make a good photo. What with the mayor being so fancy with darts, not that you need much skill to pop one of these. The wall behind Lefty is covered with blown-up balloons of all colors. At his feet are dozens of popped ones like garish fallen leaves. You ask if you can come back there and look. He shrugs and opens a gate at the end of the counter. Knock yourself out. You kick through the ones on the ground, then lean in closer as something catches your eye, bending down to take a look. What's this, you say, picking up a deflated balloon quite different from the rest. There's something drawn on the bright yellow rubber in thick black ink. You hold it and stretch it out. The lines of ink grow longer, thinner, and an image begins to appear. Open evidence D. That was unexpected, huh? Okay, evidence D. This is an unusual balloon. All right, let's take a look at what evidence D is. All right, let's see. Evidence D is it's a balloon. It's an actual balloon with a tear in it. It's popped. Let's see if I can let you see this. It's popped. It's a balloon. Let's see what it says here. It's a photo. What does it say? It says Pop Plus. And it's, look, it's the open parentheses. Let's put our glasses on and take a super close look at this. Okay, so this says Pop Plus. Don't forget, we have something else that's the closed parentheses of this, right? So we've got POP plus. And remember on our thing, so it looks like this is saying pop plus the minus something else. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right, but what else? What is this a photo? What is this a picture of? It says, if we stretch it, it says vote. Can you see that? Vote ride out. Sorry, let's do it. Stretch it so you can see it. So when I stretch it, you can read that it says ride out. Until you stretch it, you can't really read it. That's pretty clever. Maybe you could if you had super good eyes. Okay, so do you think they planted this knowing that the mayor would want to get this vote ride out? Like he would be attracted to want to pop the balloon of his challenger. All right, well, let's make a note on our thing that it's an unusual balloon that says vote ride out. And it has this, what looks like a partial equation. Pop the minus. Very interesting. Okay, is there more here? Yes. Okay, so we pick it up, we stretch it out, the lines of ink grow longer, thinner, and an image begins to appear. We pick it up, it's the balloon. You got a sharp eye, says Lefty. That's the very one. The very one what? The one with the golden ticket inside. You look back at the stretched balloon in your hands, the Ferris wheel in your head slowly turning. All right, so we're starting to put it together that someone is trying to set up the mayor to purposely hit this balloon because it's got his challenger's face on it and win the golden ticket. Now, it said the Ferris wheel in your mind. Now I think if we go to the Ferris wheel, it'll make sense what she says. So we go to the Ferris wheel. Chainsaw, says the muscular tattooed woman, taking tickets at the Ferris wheel. Spray of chewing tobacco fires out from beneath her teeth. You ask how she got her name. Used to do the Chainsaw show over at the Cowpoke stage. But they don't let me do that no more. How come? Ask Lefty, she says and rolls her eyes. Oh, okay, I think it's a little joke entry, but did everyone catch what she's saying? Lefty, the guy we just met at the darts, who was missing one of his arms, she used to work the chainsaw throwing show at the Cowpoke stage, and she cost Lefty his arm. Exactly right. Exactly right. I like the psychology of making the mayor want to pop his opponent. It would also make sense for the photo op. Yes, it would. It would ensure that the mayor got the ticket if you put it in that balloon. Yep. Okay, and that little Ferris wheel is the story of how Lefty lost his arm. All right. If this is an equation that finishes with this, there's still some other part to the equation that we don't know. Hop plus the minus something. All right. What have we got left? We did go to the paper. We did do 912. Let me just see. We went to the mayor's office. We went to the mayor's assistant. We went to Elizabeth Shear, our helper. We couldn't find Darlene at her office. We need to find her later. We did go to Salt Wiley's office. We've still got our 3 Jewish mafia people that we haven't found yet. All right. And we've gone to all of our newspaper places that we know of. Did anyone ever find out what Telespell is? Telespell is? Fundraiser. There's one entry in the paper we haven't connected or made any attempt to. It says the throwing a fundraiser ball in support of his political ambitions at the Hippodrome. This was supposed to be at the night after this tragedy at the Woof Hippodrome. I just want to see if there's a Woof Hippodrome here. Ink Oil, we should definitely go there, right? Barbers, maybe where Toupee would be. All right, that seems like that article is not important. Well, Jonathan says, here's a meta comment. This is starting to get a little paranoia fueled. The Jersey guy is always ahead of us and someone might be feeding us a code. We could follow up on the oil company or WABA. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with the Los Angeles Business Association. Where did we see that? Paul Kaplonsky. He owns the Shoe Shine, but he's also the WABA guy. Did we see a separate entry for WABA? Where did we see WABA? And we were saying where we theorized what it was, and then we found it. I know we saw it mentioned somewhere before this confirmed it. Oh, WABA members get a discount at Sal's Diner. Okay, and then we found it here. Okay, so Board of Directors of WABA is 611. Let's go there, and then we should head to the ink company. 611 is Paul Kaplonsky, Shoes, and WABA. Let's see what Paul can tell us about WABA. You talked to Kaplonsky, ask him if a couple of wise guys came in here to get their shoes shined today. Wise guys? I don't know from wise guys, he said. Okay, then just a couple of honest gentlemen who happen to have tar over their heels. Okay, sounds like we should not be here yet. I'm gonna undo this. This is an example of a clue that we were sort of interested because of Laba, but it seems like the game wants us to have a more direct reason to talk to a shoe shiner. So we're gonna pause on this one. Let's go to ink oil. Oh, the fortune teller. That's right. And the fortune teller is connected with our Jackie Robinson blue shirt guy. Right? Wait, was it the Jackie Robinson guy that told us about the fortune teller? I don't think I even wrote it down. Who told us about fortune teller? I don't think I wrote it down. Jonathan's going to remind me. Who told us about the fortune teller, Jonathan? Let's go there. Let's go to the fortune teller, and then we'll go to the oil. 591 is the fortune teller, which is over here, next to the thing. It was the guy at Sal. It was the Jersey guy. Okay. Let me just 810. The sit down at Sal's, huh? That's right. He won money on the fortune teller. Okay. Okay. So let's go to 591 fortune teller. So this is the guy following us, who seems very friendly to us. So he said the fortune teller gave him advice, and now we're gonna see if she's got any advice for us. This sounds like it might even be a hint. Madame Campanella reads the sign outside the tent. Soothsayer, psychic, fortune teller, fantabulist. Come in, says a voice from within. Before you even make your presence known, you pull aside the thick curtain, and there, behind a small velvet-covered table, lit by candlelight, sits a tiny, eerily familiar woman. Her viper-like stare cuts right through you, and you realize she is the spitting image of your boss, Ella Crane, except for the attire. Her dress is a patchwork of colors, flashing bangles of coil around her arms, large hoops hang from her ears, and atop her head, instead of the scarf or turban you might expect, sits a Brooklyn Dodgers baseball cap. Sit yourself down, she says, piercing eyes, practically forcing your spine to bend as you take a seat. You are here, she says, mercifully closing her eyes, hands describing a small sphere that only she can see, because of the flying man and also the sinking clown. You're about to say something, but one of her hands springs up, palm towards you. Whether you know it yet makes no difference at all. He will always fly. He will always sink. Well, that's cryptic, you say. Is there anything I can do? Do, she says, as if no one has ever done anything, at least not of their own free will. Whoa, this is a long one. You attempt dauntlessness. She says, we say, is there anything you can do? And she's, do, she says, as if no one has ever done anything, at least not of their own free will. You attempt dauntlessness, a specific action or direction I might take to help solve the case. Her eyes flash open like lightning. She fixes you in their storm and then speaks very slowly. You want to do something? You nod bravely. All right, then. But those types of hints must be spoken in rhyme. And rhyme, of course, requires time. And time, as you know, equals money. You expect her to go on, maybe end with something funny, but she does not. She sits in patient silence, her look boring into your brain, Finally, you pull out your money clip and put $2 on the table. She nods and closes her eyes again, placing her hands on the invisible orb. And then she says this little poem thing. She says, 4 golden objects you shall get, or already have or haven't yet. Time is slippery after all. As with butter or snakes, you must try not to fall. Have you turned things over and looked at their back? If the answer is yes, then you're on the right track. I think that's talking about this. The back of this sheet. Those 4 yellow things each have one word to say and must be arranged in a particular way. To spin in a circle that connects to a line so that letters become numbers at the drop of a dime. This is telling us how to decode that code word. So that's it's a little hint about decoding our code equation. And she's saying 4 yellow things. 4 yellow things. I'm not gonna, we'll come back to this page when we need it. She's telling us to spin in a circle that connects to a line so that letters become numbers at the drop of a dime. Some way to decipher that thing. She remains trance-like. You give it some time, then clear your throat. Is there anything else? Her eyes flash open. There is everything else. Okay, but more of the cryptic stuff that rhymes? She appears to contemplate this for a moment, lifts a hand to touch the visor of her ball cap, narrowing her eyes as if searching for the catcher's sign. Finally, she gives a nod to the catcher's sign. Stay safe where tigers lie, and keep your eye on the pop fly. With that, thunder crashes. A gust of wind sweeps into the tent, blowing out the candles. In darkness, you pull a pack of matches from your pocket and strike one. Madame Campanella is nowhere to be seen. In the center of the table sits a baseball. You leave it there and exit the tent. Keep your eye on the pop fly. Interesting. So the first part all seems to be about combining these 4 yellow things to make a code. And this one is some baseball thing. Stay safe where the tigers lie. There is an animal area that could have tigers in it. Pop fly sounds like a coded word that we don't know. I'm just going to put cryptic stuff here. Cryptic stuff at 591. Interesting. Well, that was kind of fun, but Jonathan really wants to go to Freakville because that's where the clown is, but we don't know which of the places he's at in Freakville. That makes me nervous about going there. Can we go to the ink oil place first, since they're referred to as owners of this land with this very conspicuous oil rig? Ink oil. Let's go there first. I'm willing to check out Freakville. I mean, we know the clown lives there, so it makes sense that we would be hunting around there. There's 5 places there. I hate to just go randomly. 894 is ink oil. But we're almost we're almost where we have nowhere else to go. I guess Jonathan, do you think that Freakville is only this place, 134, and not this whole place? That these are other random places, but Freakville is only 134? Let's go to ink oil first. So we're told that ink oil owns the land that this amusement park is built on. So let's see what they have to say. Jonathan says yes, he thinks Freakville is just this one location. Okay, well that's fair enough reason to go there. Okay, let's read Ink Oil first though. Howdy, says Bob Dooley, holding out his hand. Chairman of Ink Oil is easily the oiliest man you've ever met. His hair, skin, teeth, voice all glisten as if shellacked. The air in his office smells like Brill Cream. Remember, there's an ad for Brill Cream type stuff. And even the wallpaper has a certain sheen to it. But there's also something disarming about him, as if he's fully aware of how slick he is and finds it comical too. His smile oozes sunshine until he realizes why you're here. All my years in the oil biz never saw anything like this. It all seems so crazy. I just have a few questions for you, you say, taking out your notepad. Alrighty then. He sits back down behind his giant mahogany desk. That's your tar pit outside the park. That it is. And your oil beneath the park? That too. And your rig that looks like a giant clown? Dooley shudders. Never did like that idea, you know. Clowns, they give me the creeps. His fingers quickly touch the 4 points of an invisible cross. He's crossing himself. And you own all this land, is that right? It sure is. Lease it to Salt Wiley. Man's a genius, you know. Me, I do all right. I make my scratch selling the past. That's what oil is. He waves his hand through the air as if sprinkling his land with metaphors. The remnants of everything that came before. I'm a dinosaur selling dinosaur sludge. But Wiley, he sells the future. And do you help him to do so? What do you mean? Says Dooley, looking genuinely puzzled. Well, you give him a good deal on the land, don't you? He appears to think about it. Pretty good deal. But after so long in primordial sludge, it's nice to invest in the future. And that little park, he gestures towards La La Land, it's a placeholder of what's to come. The bright, shiny vision in Salt Wiley's head. Well, not much here. We're told he uses the Brill Cream. We're told he's got a tar pit outside the park. Not really much else, though. Where is that advertisement for Brill Cream? Was it in the paper? Used by popular woman. It's Excellento. At the Excellento Medicine Company. Well, unless there's an ad in the directory for Excellento, I don't see why we, even if there was, I don't know why we'd follow up on that. So we went to the oil place. Mark that in here. We haven't visited Otto Friedrich yet, who I am anxious to visit. I think Jonathan is right, though. If Jonathan is correct that Freakville is only this one location, then it makes sense for us to go there now. If you'll remember, we met the old clown. What's his name? Starts with a B. I forget his name. And he told us that he had to sub in for Dozo, who he says lives in Freakville and is a drug addict. So now we're going to go to Freakville, assuming it's just this one place, and look for Dozo, the drug addict clown. And I want to point out to you, Buckleweight was the clown we met. I want to point out to you that that's what this, in case you're wondering, does Dozo play a role in this mystery? That's the poster here. Dozo ain't no bozo. And he's got a gun. And I don't see any clues. And that thing said to look on the back. We found it on the back of Sal's Diner. Nothing on the back of this, though. I don't see much here that's of any relevance to us. See, he's got a hat. He's got his nose. Dozo ain't no bozo. I don't see any clues on this. I think it's just for flavor. And we can look at it again if we have to. All right, let's go to Freakville. 134. Let's use green for that. I liked Buckleweight, the clown. He's like, I'm not going to use my noses when I'm dressed up as Dozo. That's a completely different nose. All right, so we went to 134. Let's read what it says. You knock on the trailer door and hear a sound from within, like someone being choked or strangled. You give a push and the door opens. Standing in the center of the room is a man in the midst of swallowing a sword. You ask if he knows where Dozo is. He gestures to his mouth and grunts as if he's at the dentist. A very bad dentist indeed. So I don't know what to make of that. I think this whole thing is Freakville, maybe. And we just knocked on a random door. So now there are dentists in our directory, but that was just a joke about him swallowing a sword and not being able to talk. So the question is, do you want to knock on all these doors just to find Dozo? Or does that feel like in the wrong direction? Let's keep with our standard practice of not just knocking on doors, even if they are the same area. I'm going to put on an unresolved issue. Dozo location, question mark. I'm also going to put the tiger clue, tiger cryptic, fortune teller statement, because that might make us want to go to the animal area. And then Laba, we went to prematurely. It's interesting that we still haven't found any tie into the Jewish mobsters yet, but we do have a clue. We may be able to get ourselves in there at any time. Look at this for a second. If you look at the animal area, I don't know if you can see it if I zoom in. Just as a curiosity, the animal area is just one number, all of it. And you can see at the top of some of these cages, this says lion, Lion. This says tiger, Tiger. I can't tell what's coming out of this one. But there's the tigers that she mentioned about the pop fly. So I think we have reason to go here. And we have reason to visit Otto Friedrich. Let's visit Otto Friedrich first. I feel like the fortune teller was like a little bit of a clue places. I feel like we're supposed to have found a tar pit by now. Seen reference in a couple of leads. The one we decided to ignore. That's right. That was the Laba reference. The tar pit was outside of the oil owner's house. Let's visit Otto Friedrich. I feel like we don't... I feel like it's possible that that was at the Sal's Diner. Don't forget, Sal's Diner we can go to, and we probably have enough to answer the clue, even though we might get it wrong first. But let's go to Otto Friedrich first. I think it might be time to go to Sal's Diner soon. Although, Jonathan, you think whether you'd like to poke around Freakville randomly or go to Sal's Diner and sort of randomly. They're both sort of a little bit of shot in the dark. All right, so we're going to talk to Otto Friedrich. Now, who is Otto Friedrich, you might ask? Otto Friedrich is one of the cool characters we saw in the case, in our first case last week. He's the owner of Orpheum Theaters and a big shot, and was very sort of philosophical. Let's see what he has to say here. You nod to the receptionist on your way through the large waiting room at Otto Friedrich Productions. She tries to tell you that you can't go in there, but of course you've played this game with her before. You open the door to his office and step inside. We did play this game with her before. We threatened to put Otto in the newspaper. Otto Friedrich is sitting at his desk, but with his back to you, and when he turns, you see that he's holding a gun. Say, what now? He looks you in the eye as you step forward. Detective, he says, what can I do for you? So quick intermission here. Duke of Zill is just popping in to see if this case is somewhere in line with the first. I'd say it is. It seems similarly rich to the first, and the writing is also good and entertaining. So there's your answer. You can leave now. And I'm not saying to leave. I'm just saying, like, if you don't want to get spoiled and you want to play it, yes, it's worth playing, it seems. Maybe not quite as compelling, but close enough. Okay, Otto Friedrich is sitting at his desk, but with his back to you. When he turns, you see he's holding a gun. He looks you in the eye as you step forward. Detective, he says, what can I do for you? You walk over and take a seat. For starters, you say, you can put away the bean shooter. Bean shooter? Otto widens his eyes in mock surprise. This, my friend, is a Colt M1911. It's the same gun Mr. Humphrey Bogart is holding on the poster for Casablanca. And I do not mean it is a gun like this. Oh no, I mean this is the very same one. He holds it up for you to see. He did not actually use it in the film, however, and do you know why? You shake your head. He believed it was so big it would make him look small. What do you think of those beans, detective? You shrug. Then Otto does too. He puts the revolver on his desk, looks at it, then back at you. Been having fun at the fair? Well, now that you bring it up, you say, there are a few things that have been troubling me. Shoot, says Otto with a smile and another glance at the gun. The selling of La La Land to Salt Wiley. What might you know about that? Probably more than you, says Otto, but I doubt that is saying very much. That smile again. What you wouldn't do to wipe it right off. If you've got one regret from the Clara Rose case, it's that Otto Friedrich is still a free man. You take a breath to calm your nerves and look him in the eyes. You know what my guess is, you say? You actually know more about it than Salt Wiley himself. He doesn't strike me as a strong-arming sort. It's true, it takes all types, doesn't it, detective? If you're trying to build a future, it takes men like me, like Salt, and even guys like them. He points toward the window, and you follow his glance. There, stepping out of a black Chrysler Imperial, are Otto's identical red-headed bodyguards. Up for a reunion? Says Otto. You stand up and walk toward the door. The last thing you want is to be trapped in close quarters with those goons. Been there, done that. Before leaving, you turn to Otto. Bogey was right about the gun, you say. Makes your hands look tiny. Okay, so that just looks like flavor. But he's basically giving us... He always sort of is too... He's such a big shot running this whole town that he doesn't bother to lie about anything. So he's basically saying, yeah, I know what's going on. I'm pulling strings. And he says, Walt Wiley, not the strong-arm type. In other words, it's just telling us Walt Wiley is not behind these murders. He's saying Walt Wiley is the visionary. He's not going to set up murders. And we know, we don't believe this guy does murders either. He's got too much power. He doesn't need to do that kind of stuff. At least until he's backed into a corner, perhaps. All right, so Otto Friedrich, not much information. All right, let's recap leads we haven't followed yet. And Jonathan says, I'm for going for tiger. So we've got the tigers that the fortune teller mentions with regard to Pop Fly, and we could reread that. We've got the Sal's Cafe, which I'll remind you, we got the clue to right up front. It was at the scene of the crime. So it's almost makes me think the game wants us to go there early. We've got the special code we can order that might bring us in contact with the mobsters there, the Jewish mobsters. And then we've got locating the clown, Dozo, in Freakville. But we don't know which location to go to. So at Sal's Diner, we have a couple of options for the code to use. In Freakville, we could just randomly take shots in the dark. Or we can go to the animal area and see the tiger. Jonathan says, I'm for going to the tiger first, so let's do that. That seems reasonable to me. We see tiger. It's only one location, so let's do that. And then maybe let's look at some other places we could go. So 688 is the animal area where the tigers are. And remember, the only reason we're going there is because the fortune teller says something. Let's read what she says again. Stay safe where the tigers lie and keep your eye on the Pop Fly. So this sounds like it could be a dangerous area. I'm a little concerned about going here before we know what the mobsters codes are, but let's... Okay, guess what? There's no entry. There's no entry in the animal area, which is fun because it makes the mystery mention of the tiger more cryptic. Someone could be trying to drag us to there to kill us. All right. Let's think. Let's see if there's any area on the map that might be relevant that we're overlooking. So we've got the Globe of Death, no mention of that. Funhouse, no mention of that. Fortune Tower, we've been there. Maze of Mirrors, no mention of that. Pavilion of Oddities, no mention of that. Airplanes, no mention. Choo Choo Train, Birthday Party Pavilion, Food Pavilion, Animal Area. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder, is that a typo? Because the entry here for animal area says 655, whereas the number here for the animal area is 688. That's interesting. Let's make a note of this. Animal area 688. Using my erasable pen, which also was discussed in the Remedial Detective School for Narrative Mystery Gamers video. So 688 is missing, but then the legend says the animal area is 655. So let's see if there's a 655 entry. There is a 655. Is there a 655 somewhere else? Is it possible that it's not a typo, but it's just a different location? I don't see it. I think it's a typo. I think 655 should have been 6. So let's do something here. Let's put this over here. Okay, 655. Here we go. I mean, it may be just a flavor text thing, so who knows. In the shadow of Kittyland train In the shadow of the Kittyland train, as deep in the brush as Freakville, the wild animal cages seem to dwell in perpetual twilight. The rumble and shrieks of La La Land fade into the background, giving way to feral growls and dark roars. You see in the dusk a flash of pale blue, the tall figure of a man among the cages, his face hidden as you move toward him. He turns and is gone. You are left with the lions, the tigers, the shadows. Oh my. So just flavor text and another sighting of the man in the blue shirt, who we have no idea who he is. Okay, it was just flavor text, so it didn't matter. Pop Fly, the guy with the shirt, baseball player. Pop Fly. Pop Fly. Hey, do you remember that pop was on the code word of the balloon? And it said pop dash dash fly. So is it that our code is pop the fly or pop? Just gonna write down fly. Question mark. Is that the pop fly? Beware of the pop fly, fly, the pop, etc. They're all 3-letter words too. That makes a little bit of sense to me. Sinking Clown, Dozo, and the Tar Pit. That's a fun idea, Jonathan. Sinking Clown. Yeah, that's a fun idea. I was originally thinking sinking meaning he was under that ride, but I think you've got a pretty clever idea. Sinking Clown might have been Dozo buried in the tar pit. Okay, let's continue looking at these other locations to make sure we haven't missed anything. Dart booth and duck races, we went to those. The Ferris wheel, we went to that. Bumper cards, carousel. The maintenance guy tells us that he's called to the carousel frequently, but there is no entry for carousel. Park office, medical station, maintenance. Concession stand is the only one that we haven't been to on purpose, but we did go to it because it was at the scene of the crime. There was no entry there. Birthday party, food pavilion. Arcade, cowpoke stage. We went to the cowpoke stage, right? We did go to the cowpoke stage. Yes, we went to the cowpoke stage. And the water park. That's another possibility for the sinking clown, but this looks like a very shallow water park, so I don't think that's our sinking clown. Okay, so let's take a moment to appreciate that we're at a place where we're not quite sure what we should do now. We've got Sal's Diner. We've got Sal's Diner, which could blow the case wide open, and we could stop by the random Freakville places and knock on doors. Let's look at what this guy told us about where to find Dozo again. 322. And let's not forget, there was another location that said the duck ticket. We don't have duck ticket. Let's read this again. Buckaway comes in. We ask about Dozo. He says, I was covering Dozo's shift at the shadow boxing cowpoke stage. And then, are you serious? Okay. He gives us his alibi. He says we both fought in the war. Dozo does drugs. Where can I find him? Dozo? He's one messed up clown. Doesn't even hang with us. Spins with the freaks instead. The freaks, yeah, you'll find him down in Freakville. Don't ask me which trailer. In fact, don't ask me nothing about the place. Freaking freaks. This is a weird situation because intuition tells us that he's telling us he's in one of the trailers and we should knock on the doors of all the trailers. Jonathan says, would the arcade back then have batting games? Yes, very likely. It's a good point. There's two kinds of batting games. You're thinking of the batting games where you step up into the batting cage and hit, but there were also early pinball machine games that had you have a bat and knock around a ball. So here's what I think. I think we probably have enough to answer the Sal's Diner. And I also think that the spirit of the game telling us that he lives in Freakville, but he doesn't know what trailer, suggests that we could knock on all these doors and they're just for flavor. So I think either of those two are possible or reasonable. But maybe before we do one of those two, or Jonathan's idea of the arcade, let's look through our directory again and see if anything jumps out at us. Alcohol and beer, baby shop, mortuary, chair factory, furniture, brick and clay, insurance, pharmacy, Sal's Diner, Wiley, we went there. Alarm company with extinguishers and alarms, jewelers, news and cigars, ink oil, more jewelers, more insurance, London pipe shop, baggage service, contact 583. I don't know what baggage service is about. Match Packard against the field, California distributor. I think this is telling us about a car salesman, Packard Cars. Detective, petroleum, alterations. Let's look for what would have the toupees. More car places. Barber, beauty shop, wave shop, beauty shop, Pauline's bleach and dye studio. Mortuary, Moon Theater, Woodlawn Cemetery, painters, lawnmowers, paving, lots of paving. There's a dentist. More car, hospital, furniture, grocery, hardware supplies, insurance, legal, lodging, washing, medical, optometrist, newspapers, jewelers, valves, electrical, tobacconist, direct mail advertising. What is this one? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm just looking through this paper. Sutton Ryman and Company. These actually don't even have numbers we could go to, so it doesn't seem like it really matters. Valves, concrete, paving, concrete. Match Packard against the field. Yeah, more car. Okay, so nothing jumped out to me in the directory as being relevant to our case. So that seems to me like it's the Sal's Diner or knocking around Clowntown. But I do want to make sure we've written down carefully duck ticket, all the places where we went where there were two things we could do and we didn't do one of them. So come back with a duck ticket if we find one. We still haven't found the woman who runs this carnival either, which is weird. Sal's Diner has options for us. And then the Laba guy. Okay, I think it's either the diner or looking for the clown, but we should probably take another break first. Jonathan says, I'm for canvassing Freaksville, but if you want to do Sal's, I'm game too. Okay, so let's take a break and think about it. I'm okay. I think we need to find Dozo, so I think we can knock on doors. Okay, let's take a little 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll decide which of these we want to go to. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're coming to the end of today's session of Postmortem LA Death in La La Land. Jonathan and I were just talking about when to call an end to tonight's session and continue tomorrow night. We're talking about the likelihood that if we canvass, we could get information we weren't supposed to. I was saying, well, there's only 5 locations here in Freakville. If they wanted to hide it and they wanted to discourage us from checking these 5 locations, they could put lots of extra numbers there. With only 5, it does seem like it's inviting you to check them all. But Jonathan is saying one of his main criticisms of this case compared to the other one seems like, Jonathan says, if I do feel more worried about accidentally getting ahead than in the first case. The only real negative compared to the first. Yes, there have been a couple times now in this game that we feel like we've read something because we've stumbled on a location that we weren't meant to read yet. That's a little odd, and I agree with you that that's a bit of a concern here. I still think from a meta standpoint, if it didn't want us to check these locations, it would have put more locations here. And I think I agree with Jonathan. If we're going to play tomorrow, it feels like we're past the halfway point probably, and saving Sal's diner thing for a second session seems like a good cliffhanger. I will note there's 2 evidence bags we haven't yet opened. We've still got Sal's diner. We've got this cryptic clue. All right, so let's knock on some doors in Freakville. It's a little risky because they look like they're a little sketchy there. But let's knock on some more doors in Freakville. I guess maybe we'll start here at the lower left of Freakville and work our way up. So 52 is next. I think I'm going to stop marking these pages as we read them, only because it seems like I feel like we're playing this game, today's case, a little slower than normal, and possibly because I'm marking everything as we go rather than doing it on breaks, which I probably should. So 52. Okay, 52 has an entry. Let's see what it says. 52 says, "You knock. A voice says, 'Come in if you dare.' Opening the door, you find a slender man in a tuxedo and a top hat. You ask if he knows which trailer is Dozo's. He holds up his left hand, flicks a wand with his right, and disappears in a puff of smoke. But then the smoke clears and he's still there. You stare at each other in awkward silence. He waves meekly and you back out of the door." Okay, so that was 52. This is more Freakville stuff. Okay, 752 next. Okay. So these are just little flavor things from knocking on Freakville people. And as we make our way, I wonder if we're not going to find Dozo at all. All right, here's 752. You knock and a voice says, "Come on in." You open the door and there, sitting on the floor, is a long, lithe woman in the midst of several impressive contortions. You ask where Dozo might be, and she points in every direction. Okay. Next up, 028. Okay, looks like we found him. Let's see what 524 is. Maybe we'll go there first then. It's short. Okay, here's 524 first. You open the trailer door and there's a tattooed man lifting a cinder block on a chain wrapped around his private parts. He nods toward a sledgehammer that rests against the wall. "Can you hand me that?" he says. Okay, so 524. These are all just a little bit of flavor text. 524. Okay, and our real one is at 28. 28. Freakville. So the others were just for flavor, a little bit of very tiny pages, maybe filler fluff. Okay, here's 28 though. The trailer door isn't properly closed, and the only answer to you calling out Dozo is a complicated odor from within. You push open the door, stick your head through, then step inside. Though he isn't here, it's definitely Dozo's trailer, unless another denizen of Freakville sleeps beneath a poster of a clown brandishing a Tommy gun that's shooting out the words, "Dozo ain't no bozo." That's the poster we have here. So he's sleeping underneath that poster. Beneath a shelf with nothing on it but 5 red noses, evenly spaced except for the gap where the one in your hand would go. The nose shelf is, in fact, the only incongruous hint of order amid such chaos and disarray. For a moment you think the place had been tossed by an overzealous professional with somewhat sadistic streak. But the cigarette butts, empty tin cans, and accident burn marks say something else. So do all the plastic ducks. They're strewn about everywhere, cut open, dismembered, and decapitated, like countless ambushed soldiers too young and yellow to even fight. Someone passing secret messages in the ducks? Is that why he's got them cut open? You carry on your investigation of the trailer, but each decrepit item seems more fetid, random, and depressing than the last. Burnt needles, both knitting and hypodermic, a bag of dried up orange peels, a 6-year-old pin-up calendar with the eyes cut out, and a dead mouse in a jar. Then, turning to leave, you see something on the back of the door in the same spot as the Dozo outfit in Buckwaite's trailer. There's no costume, only that little red Dozo hat hanging by its chin elastic. You take the hat off the hook, turn it over, and something falls out. Open evidence C. So here we have cut open ducks, and then evidence C in his hat. Any other information that we just read that's important? Needles, orange peels, pin-up calendar with eyes cut out. That's weird. He seems a little creepy, this Dozo. Okay, let's see what we've got that was in the hat. Is there going to be drugs in this bag? Drugs in the duck. That's an interesting idea, Jonathan says. All right, let's see what drugs are in this bag. It's a golden ticket. The golden ticket all curled up like it might have been to shove it down the tube at the ride. Let's take a look at it here. Whoa! There we go. All right. So it says on the back, evidence C equals golden ticket, which says I plus, looks like we've got one more piece of evidence to find to complete the equation. Golden ticket. You win the golden ticket number 1. Okay. Looks like it was curled up like you would put it down the tube and written on. Well, it's actually interesting that part of the code is on here, because one of the things that had the code was this that the guy gave us. It was almost like the man in blue was writing a code to us, but this is obviously wasn't written for us to find. I plus. So that fits into our equation that said pop the, and now we're at the last part perhaps, I. Of course, we don't know if this the goes with pop or with this. And we don't know how to make sense of it later, but we've got a big part of our clue. We've got one more clue, it feels like, to figure out. Okay, so we found his ticket. Do we have more to read here? Yes. You take the hat off the hook, turn it over, and something falls out. Open evidence C. Stepping from Dojo's trailer, you see giant footprints in the mud. You follow them carefully out of Freakville. Oh, here we go. You follow them carefully out of Freakville through Clowntown behind the food pavilion. Then, just as you come to the maze of mirrors, you hear a voice calling out, "Detective, detective!" It's Darlene O'Keefe. We found the park manager, the rather captivating carnival director. She says she's been looking everywhere for you. There's a call for you in her office. To take the call, go to lead 299. Well, this is where when we had the equivalent of this in case 1 and we stopped here. So maybe this is the place for us to stop here to take the call when the office calls and tells us about new information. I mean, or we could play for another hour. We could easily go to 6 a.m. and play longer, but we could stop now too if we think it's a good halfway point. Jonathan's saying the pop fly. I do think that the I pop fly. I mean, those are the 4 words. Fly is going to be, as we hypothesized, I suspect, fly is going to be our missing word. Now we've got pop the eye, fly. Keep your eye on the pop fly. That's what we were told. So it's going to be, fly is going to be the next word in our missing thing. We've got I plus. So it is going to be fly. We almost don't need to find the last thing, but we don't know how it's going to pop plus and the minus. So it's almost like we could probably guess this fly part. That would be fun if we weren't supposed to find the last piece of evidence. But we could guess pop, keep your eye on the pop fly, but we still don't know how to make sense of how to add these up, except they're all 3-letter words. So it makes you think that it's something like, pop plus the, that this would give you 3 numbers. Then you subtract the 3 numbers from I and fly, and that would give you a number to look up in the book. And there's a little bit of a hint in the fortune teller about going around a circle. So I wonder if it's not like a Caesar cipher. P plus T would bring you around the alphabet to a certain letter. So if you add a P and a T and go around as if you were doing a Caesar cipher, it would give you well, that would give you letters, but maybe you're meant to say P is a number this. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out later. All right, so the question is, Jonathan, should we stop here? Which is a little early for us, a 6-hour live stream. But if we think we're past the halfway point, significantly past the halfway point, then it might make sense to stop here. I'm going to go mark the pages we've seen, like we've been doing. 28, while we're thinking. What do you think, Jonathan? Shall we stop here or should we keep going? We haven't talked to any of our informants yet either, don't forget. But those tend to go fast and don't seem to be much of anything. Why am I doing this like this? Jonathan says, Maybe just do a quick flip and see if it looks like we are halfway. Okay, let's see. Yes, I'd say we're past halfway point in terms of clues read and marked. That's another advantage of marking them. I would say we're past the halfway point. We've seen more than half the clues, in other words. Not that we have to split it half and half, of course. It makes sense. I guess stopping here makes sense. Okay, that's what Jonathan says. Okay, so let's stop here. We'll continue tomorrow at 11 p.m. I do think that maybe the mafia was called in to get rid of this clown. Like the clown is hired to set up this death, and then maybe he's going to be taken out by the mobsters. It's interesting that we don't really have a tie-in with the mobsters. It's possible Dozo the Clown was working for the mobsters, or that the mobsters are just hired to get rid of him. That's what you do when you commit a political assassination. You kill off the guy who was directly involved. So it looks like Sal's Diner and that new place go to $2.99. $2.99 call from agency. That's what we have to visit tomorrow. So we've got Sal's Diner and then the call from the agency, which is sort of like an act 2. All the footprints going into... Oh, that's a good point. There were all the footprints. Let's write that down. Call agency was $2.99, but you're right. There was a whole bunch of other stuff there. Footprints. They go Freakville to Clowntown to Behind Food Pavilion, then Maze of Mirrors, and then they trail off, or we get a call. Just as you come to the Maze of Mirrors, you hear a voice calling out, "Detective, detective." So, Maze of Mirrors is a natural place. Good, you caught that, Jonathan. Maze of Mirrors is where? Here. So if we look, we're in Freakville. It came past, down through Clowntown, behind the food pavilion, and then to the Maze of Mirrors. And then we get called out by Darlene that we've got a phone call. So we might want to check out the Maze of Mirrors. What's 520? Why are we there? What's at 520? The Pavilion of Oddities. Okay, but it is curious to see what's in the Maze of Mirrors. I think Dozo's dead. What do you think, Jonathan? I think Dozo got got knocked off. It's interesting. It seems like Dozo's only job... Well, let me point out something odd. Okay, this is odd. Jonathan agrees. I think he's gone. So I was working under the assumption that, like, there's a very important reason why this golden ticket had to be retrieved. Like it was evidence of something. But now we know the story of how the mayor was set up to be killed. And that setup wouldn't seem to require you to recover this golden ticket. Like, you've set up the murder of the mayor based on him winning this and using it. Everyone knows he used it. Now this part seems like a reason why you would have to retrieve it, but why on earth would this be written on the back of this golden ticket? And why would you need the clown to recover it? What possible reason would the clown, would it be important if we're assuming that the clown was somehow involved in this murder plot. Why would you, and he's going to some extreme lengths to recover this ticket so it can't be found? But why? Why would you need to do that? Is it because if someone could trace back and see that golden ticket 1 was given to the mayor, then they realize, oh, we know where golden ticket 1 was. Golden ticket 1 was given to person X. And so if his ticket is the one that the mayor won in the dart throwing, then we know he set up this. John says, I think we need a duck ticket to get some duck drugs. I think you're right. The code on different pieces of evidence, the Jersey man always around, the fortune teller looks like our boss. There's a real surreal element to this case. Yes. It's a very different feel, isn't it? With the weird fortune teller and the mystery baseball player and the sort of philosophical stuff that we're being told, especially by the fortune teller. There is a little bit of a real surreal element to this case. All right, so, but sticking with my theory here, now this is my working theory now, that this golden ticket number 1 might be trace backable to someone. Someone who was given golden ticket 1, like, for example, Salt Wiley, but I don't think it's him. And they used that ticket to set up the mayor, and so it's important for them to get this ticket back, because if the cops discovered that the mayor won ticket number 1, then they'd be able to say, well, who was given ticket 1? It was given to person X, so they must have had a hand in setting up the murder. Why this code is on the different things it's on, that I don't know. And if that's related to why it was found. It does sound like the ducks are what's being used to transport drugs for the clown, though. And we need a duck ticket, and we didn't find it in his room. Where would we find it? Well, we might find it in the maze of mirrors where he was last seen and possibly killed. So we might be about to find a duck ticket. It's a little hard to know in this case also what things we're supposed to do in what order. In the previous game, it felt like we were doing everything in order, like it was very linear. Here, it's not so clear. Like, it's not clear to me whether we should have already done Sal's Diner in the designer's mind. Jonathan says, I think the theory makes sense about the ticket. The other theory is that the Jersey guy is planting evidence with this code for us, which is very strange. Yes. I can't tell if the guy with the blue jersey is like another detective who's helping us out on the case. And I can't tell if the fortune teller really is our just looks like our boss or is our boss. Yes, the other possibility, though, is this has been planted, these codes. Or that he was retrieving it for this reason. That Doza was getting it to get this, but that seems more unlikely. Maybe when we talk to Darlene, she can tell us who got ticket number 1. It's an intriguing case, I have to say. It's an intriguing case. My fears of this case being bad were not borne out. Like, already you could tell it's good, right? Whether it reaches the level of the previous case, I can't say. Probably not, but it's enjoyable. It's an enjoyable story. A little more cartoonish than than the first case, but still good. And I think Jonathan and I both think Dozo is dead. We both think Dozo is put to sleep, sunk in the tar pit that we have to locate. All right, Jonathan, shall we call it a night and resume tomorrow at 11 p.m.? I'll put up the video schedule. I'm thinking we might switch over after this case to Bureau of Investigation Arkham next week and play through that, and then maybe return to Postmortem for the third game, and maybe by then the fourth game, London Gothic, will be out. It is a strange case, though, and feels different. I'm curious about Sal's Diner. I'm curious to see how that all is going to play out. All right, so we're going to wrap it up here. Thanks to Jonathan, as always, my detective partner, and everyone else who came by and joined us for the first half of this stream. We will pick it up tomorrow and continue the case of death in La La Land. So, with that, I will see you tomorrow.